now. Now. last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you. When you hide your feels from me, why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone.
Move the work and I'm out of here. Murder the tune, it's a body here. Reviving the beat, then it's right back to sleeping. I use a technique that they got me here. Whoa. 10 feet ahead of you, catch me in something you'll never do. I turn around.
What's the challenge? A little bit greater HP for Victor. The boost is up.
It's incredible. It's how it feels at the top.
Just separation could be the reason why they don't close out this game. Swaying on the top.
I give it. Look in my eyes.
There's lying X looking to swing on through on the side of it.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in the boat.
Close together and groups up. A good nade might find all they're looking for. Leg C, leg X.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Fall 2022 season. We're into our last day here of our second phase, and finally it's time actually to find out who's going to be taking home the luscious 20 points extra straight into the finals here at the end of the day, but not till after actually we get our Livik match done and dusted. Real quickly though, Max and Kalars, how you two doing today? Max, I think we're going to be a little bit nicer to you today just because I think we were a little bit too mean yesterday. Then again, your predictions kind of deserved it.
Yeah, fair. I mean, that's been the case for like many days now, so I don't know why just yesterday in particular. But yeah, I'm gonna try and step it up on my prediction game, but I have lost hope. So yeah,
Don't lose hope, Max.
Lost hope in myself.
There's always a chance you'll get a prediction correct at some point today. Kalar, speaking of correct predictions, you're still in the lead technically, but I'm coming for you. Can you feel the heat?
No, it's very cold here, so I'm doing okay myself. I think I'll still keep ahead, but you did get a big string of predictions correct, and I am kind of concerned about that. I'm going to chalk it up to extreme luck for now, Jason. Sorry.
Yeah, I will put it up to that as well. However, in Maxman's case, with him predicting everything wrong for at least the last 2 days straight, I don't think that's luck. I think that's more of a skill.
I'm playing a different game. I'm playing predict second place team. Okay, that's what I play, and
You're good at
it's worked
that.
out good. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, if that's what you want to call it. Okay, we'll go with that. Real quick, Monster Energy, official energy drink partner here at PMPL. We got to see Maxman drink his Monster out of a horn. Apparently, he has something else lined up for the finals. Is that true, Max?
Yes, I have already decided what I'm going to do, so we just got to wait now. But
Is it?
I
is it
think
gonna
this
be
tops
like
everything.
Boris's mouth? Is that how you're drinking your Monster?
no.
Like Mama bird it to you?
No. But this tops everything, like 100%. So you'll have to wait and see.
You heard it here first. He's gonna drink a Monster while shaving his eyebrows. And
why is always the eyebrows? Why is
I don't know. Kalaris got me addicted to it. He got me hooked. If you guys want to see Max mention his eyebrows, make sure you guys check out PUBG Mobile Esports over on social media. You can see here below Max in just a second. You also find out how teams are getting to PMGC and which teams are already qualified. Not to mention a lot of other things happening around the world when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But let's hop into our overalls, right? Yesterday was a crazy day of action. We've had some teams finally step up where they seem to be non-existent since the first day of play here at PMPL. And also, we have a new overall leader in the form of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think it's great to see Unicorns of Love being able to still hold on that first place. The hope for like the OG Western European teams, even though technically it's a completely different roster, but whatever. And yeah, able to get himself also an extra win over there at some point, and currently one of our map leaders when it comes to this entire phase 2. So yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love, Crypto in particular, is doing fantastic, but as we brought up yesterday on the pre-show, right, we want to see a little bit more of a step up around him. If they can do so, I think they could even perform potentially in the championships if they make it that far. I think this is a team that definitely has potential, but we need to see an improvement at least on that side of things.
Yeah, they're slowly getting into more and more late game scenarios, and I feel like when Unicorns of Love does that with this roster, I said it, in phase 1, and I'll keep saying it here in phase 2. They are one of the better teams at being able to all fan out, get extreme amount of angles on their opponents, and then be able to constrict them from there on out. So if Unicorns of Love keeps doing that in that fashion, moving through this last part of the phase 2 into phase 3, I could see them doing very well here.
And I hope to continue to see them doing well, to be honest. And I think the real challenge will arise, though, when we get into the European regionals, obviously, if they do make it there. But as we saw, a couple other teams, Pioneer 4th place, got some chicken dinners under their belt, got the one at least. A big step up for them, at least in my eyes. But also, speaking of a step up, as I was alluding to before, GameLord finally having a decent day yesterday, and also getting their first chicken dinner since, what, day 1 of the event?
Yeah, it was 11 days between their first chicken dinner and their second chicken dinner, so it was long overdue, but they actually get it right when Kalaris predicts them. I would have liked it to be me, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. But yeah, I feel it's good, and I mentioned it also yesterday on the show that I think that currently the thing that misses the most for them is confidence in this lobby. I think that there's just not really a game plan. The communication seems a little bit all over the place. I think what we had yesterday can potentially kick off something really big for GameLord to try and hold on to that first place, of course, for the race to PMGC, making finals and hopefully the championships. But I still want to see more. Hopefully we can see if they can bring that success of yesterday into today.
Oh yeah, well, let's actually maybe dive into some other stats a little bit more here for GameLord, as we can compare how yesterday went for them versus the day before. So day 4 of the phase 2 and day 5 of phase 2. And I mean, the damage actually has been there. The limbs have gotten a little bit of a step up here. So clearly they've been doing some stuff right. But finally, yesterday, they were able to break through and get that chicken dinner and start to build up some steam here.
It's progress, but it's slow progress, right? I mean, ultimately, I like the fact that we're constantly seeing this amount of damage coming out from them in terms of an average. I think that this is a decent average, even though, of course, you get those pop-off moments in games where one player gets over 1k damage. Overall, the fact that they're kind of sitting middle of the table right now, in fact, almost dead middle of the table with the one chicken dinner, shows that from the beginning of phase 2, there has been some improvement because they were languishing down towards the bottom in our first couple of days. So, but progress needs to be faster than this if they want to hold on to their top spot when it comes to the PMGC points overall for this, but also then try and shoot for the championships down the line.
That's the big thing for them, right? They're in one of those opportunities right now, or one of those situations where they can qualify to PMGC in a couple of different ways because of the points they've accumulated throughout the year, and of course how they could do here in the rest of this event. But again, it's going to be very tough. It's an uphill battle. They're running up that hill, Max, and they're still going to have quite a run to go ahead of them, considering the CIS teams and also Unicorns of Love, who have been able to really lengthen their lead here against everyone else. But Max, GameLord, what's their best map? Tell me right now, off the top of your head.
The best map is Miramar, and they got the win yesterday on Miramar. So that's the one. But can they do well on other maps? Jeremy, you got 2 Miramars today, so that's good. No, at least they can try and perform there. But yeah, their Sanhok is still missing a little bit, I would say. Why are you laughing?
Trying to segue into something there.
Oh, okay.
But we'll take it. We're actually going to look at the best teams on the maps, or on the 3 maps we have. That's fine. Max, it's cool. I'm the host. I'm the one paying attention to run a show. Unicorns of Love, though, currently in lead in Miramar. And then we see MADBULLS and Erangel and Sanhok for Na'Vi, which is actually kind of interesting. But Na'Vi with that trifecta play, I think, James, has been something that's been so powerful for them.
Yeah, nothing surprises me about that for Sanhok. It's funny, actually. I mean, you mentioned the trifecta play. Yes, that's good for them to transition into the circles on the mainland especially, but I think a lot of their strength has been because we've had some of those Northwest Island finishes. We've had them be able to hold down the high ground, sometimes a little bit slower than I would have liked, but they've still been able to hold on strong with the power position that they're given there. So, and for Sanhok, you know, the fact that we get, you know, 5 of it per 3 days, it's a big focus point still on the tournament as a whole. So for Na'Vi to be able to grasp that with both hands, it's pretty strong.
And also looking at Miramar and Erangel, the fact that Unicorns of Love and MADBULLS respectively have about more than 23 minutes actually average survival time. That's a really, really strong average survival time. You would say normally a good survival time is like 20, 21 minutes. You know, that is a very solid one. 23 minutes is absolute overkill, and I'm loving it from these two teams. So even if they just stay remotely close to these type of stats, I mean, they're looking already fantastic. First place from Phase 1 for MADBULLS. First place currently in Phase 2 for Unicorns of Love. They're just looking amazing on the 2 most important battlegrounds. So it's good to see them being consistent there.
I think it's interesting that Unicorns of Love, you saw Miramar, actually they're the best team on that map. And I find it interesting because they have 44 limbs, and I'm pretty sure Crypto has like 34 of those, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to go on a limb and completely guess because of how ridiculous he has been. But again, that is one talking point about Unicorns of Love. Crypto's not the one performing. Can Icy fill the shoes or fill that void that we know he potentially can, but we haven't really seen too much in this year? Well, at the end of the whole entire event, we do have our MVP awards, $1,000 for the person who is the top player, the MVP. And we're going to take a look at how things have changed here between week 1 and week 2, starting off with week 1 and see who our 5 players were. Now, if you think back and remember, Effect obviously was the #1 player back then, and we saw, well, him and Zerich together for MADBULLS as they put their foot down on what they can do in Phase 1. But also Navarro. I thought that's the really interesting part about it, Max, because Game Lord are really underwhelming in that first phase.
Yeah, they really were. But the fact he was still able to shine through is very impressive. So it showed that there was still some results coming in, potentially back and forth for them, but just no consistency. And Navarro is still currently the top fragger of the team when it comes to this second phase. He's still up there. I think he's got 2 limbs more than Victor currently. I think it's 22 to 20 difference between the 2 players. So it was impressive to see him up there, but I don't think he's been able to hold on. We'll have to see as we look onto the Phase 2 road to MVP. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a downfall. But one thing is that because MADBULLS have been able to remain so consistent, you know that their top players are still performing phase after phase because they found a game plan that's so efficient that it works no matter what situation you're into, which is why they're just always on top of the rankings.
Yeah. Okay, well, what about for Phase 2, right? I want to see who the top 5 players were and get an idea of how much things have changed. And we should already kind of know who #1 will be, just based off the fact of what we saw these last few days. It's got to be Crypto, who has just been leading the pack when it's come to eliminations. But we've also seen some shifts at a couple of other players here, in particular Doran, which, to be fair, we've kind of overlooked a little bit, but he has had some fantastic clutches for himself and for Nexus Gaming. But also Tixie coming in for Na'Vi here, Kalaris.
No, absolutely. I mean, what you're saying about Doran being able to make top 5 here, that is the big surprise of all of this. The other names you look down, and again, even Tixie, as you're saying, you're like, okay, yeah, you expect these names to be popping up. But Doran for Nexus, I mean, considering where they're at right now in 9th place for Phase 2, he's actually put in a lot of work for that team. And I think you said it rightly when you're saying, you know, clutching for Nexus here, considering I think all the other guys need to come in around Doran here and make the full package for Nexus. Because then, you know, maybe they're looking at a top 5, but I think it's still kind of a stretch here for them in this overall lobby.
I would like to compare Doran actually potentially to a Keme in a sense that I think the player that we saw a lot of potential in previous seasons, right, did get picked up, maybe didn't work out, but in this roster is working great for him. And it's actually surprising when you got players on Nexus Gaming such as, you know, Octavian in particular, Redox, that we've already hyped up a lot in the past. The fact that he's not just ahead of them, right, he's almost got double their eliminations in his second phase is very impressive. So I think Doran had a lot of potential, he's been comfortable and has been able to find a lot of success because of that.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our matches coming up today here, as we can see where Doran can potentially perform. Remember, we have an extra match at the end of the day. It's going to be Livik, but we're going to be having double Sanhoks and double Miramars today. So Na'Vi licking their lips, potentially Unicorns of Love as well. But this is the opportunity, the last opportunity in this phase for teams to earn as many points as possible, because again, at the end of the phase, points will be allotted depending on your ranking that goes straight into the finals. MADBULLS currently sitting on 20 at the moment, and they can look to lengthen their lead here at the end of today. But it is time to head into our talent quiz here today, which I like to call Jason's chance to continue to catch up to Kalaris here, and Maximin's chance to continually get nothing on the board. And our question on the day, To be fair, I think it's pretty obvious.
There's no way this one's real.
This can't be true. I think all three of us voted no. There's no way he has a brother named GK Second. But I also kind of want to be wrong.
Yeah.
Let's see what the answer is.
If that's the reason, yeah.
If this is real, I will pop off, all right?
You will shave Max's eyebrows. Okay. Max's eyebrows are safe another day here.
Can you imagine if we're all totally wrong on this one? That would be absolutely bonkers. Oy.
Max just looks happy to finally get a point on the board here. I mean, you got the
And I would have liked it. I would have liked it to be the lore, you know, the background why it's called GK first, and yeah, actually because there was someone else. After, I don't know if the brother would feel good being called second, you know, the second of the family, but that's fine. But yeah, 14 and still the butt chin, still not changed.
Whoa! You can't say that, Max.
All right.
You can't say that on air.
I've been saying it every single time. What?
No. You can't say chin. Oh, I said it. Oh no. Oh man.
Done.
Well, I believe we're almost ready to head into our first match. It will be over to Miramar. Thoughts on the day? What teams do you want to see step up? What teams do you think need to have a step up here? What teams do you think need to start performing to have a chance to, at least in our eyes, be a team that could represent us in the European regionals?
You know what? After yesterday, I want to see Gamelord have another step up. I really do. I would like to see them go off of what they had yesterday. They had some pretty decent showings overall, especially the chicken dinner. And I want to see them bump up the rankings. I think 11th place right now is not where Gamelord should be. They got 5th place in phase 1. I think they can get back up there.
I want to see potentially Ruthless get back on there because they had a lot of success at the start of this phase. They fell a little bit off right now, but I would like to see them potentially compete once again for that race to PMGC. So I think Ruthless versus Gamelord could be an interesting rivalry for this day.
What about TJB? Again, I have to keep bringing them up because they played at PMWI. They were one of our representatives at the regional champs last season. I still don't know what's going on within this roster and within this team. For me, it's not even like the fact they've had roster swaps, obviously. It's like the fact that I look at GK first, and it's not the GK first that I remember. It's not the GK first who would be able to pop off in 1v2, 1v3 teams. Now, I wonder if that's due to the caliber of the lobby having increased. Obviously, the CIS teams coming through and the mechanical skill that they bring and the fighting prowess. But he just hasn't been the same GK first.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. I think that we have seen in the past, right, that when it comes to international play, TJB always used to struggle, right? Doesn't matter what roster you were going with, they would tend to have a hard time to really find success. And I think you can pretty much count this PMPL, right, as an international event because you got all these new teams from CIS and players from other regions also joining the lobby. So it is not just Western Europe right now, it's more than that. And I think that because of that, they just find a hard time to find any kind of success. And yeah, the adaptation's tough, but so far they've not been able to adapt in time, not able to find any success in doing so. We can mainly look at their Sanhok matches, right, where they keep changing their drops, not able to find any kind of wins coming their way because of that. So they need to make some changes, but even changes are tough for them to go through. So yeah, I'm not sure what to expect from TJB right now.
Yeah, they're the highest team without a chicken dinner yet in phase 2, in 10th place. But even if they got a chicken dinner on the board, they'd still only be pushing up to, what, 8th because of the barrier that exists between 7th and 8th right now. So even that is not really in the TJB wheelhouse of what they want as of present with the attempt at the performance with what is constantly an ever-shifting roster. And I think that might also be part of the problem in terms of bringing players in, kind of subbing people out, etc. So they need to find stability somewhere.
And I don't know where that stability will come from as well. I mean, they have obviously a mass organization behind them. We knew TJB back at PMGC before, and they have the ability. I think they have the resources to improve, but yeah, maybe stability of a roster, maybe the change in the style of the lobbies have maybe thrown them off a little bit because they're used to kind of dominating when it comes to this region in particular. And the CS teams have pulled a fast one on them.
Yeah.
What about VIRTUS.PRO though? We talk about like one player individually stepping up. I still feel like whenever we talk about VP, Old Boys, typically the one we're always going to mention. They didn't have that great of a day yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit of an upset for them. I mean, Old Boy's still currently in the race to MVP for the second phase. He's in like 6, so we just barely didn't have him on the graphic earlier. Otherwise, he would have been in top 5 2 phases in a row. But yeah, a little bit of a downhill for them yesterday, but it's a one-off day for VIRTUS.PRO, right? I think it's fine, it's going to happen, but I think that we can still expect big things from VP.
Sorry, I really want to interject quickly, because I don't think it's as gloomy for them. They've got 196 points, which isn't that far behind number 1, even though they're in number 7 right now, so they could still catch up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's throw it to our commentators, though, as we kick off our first match here on Miramar with John, Alan, and Blake.
Getting ready for the first game of the day as we draw to a close of Phase 2. Blank, they've had a week off, they've had 2 days to get back into the swing of it, and the top spot has never been more hotly contested this far in.
Yeah, massively so. It's heating up, that's for sure. A lot of these teams have got to figure out what they're going to do about it. But the thing I'm looking at right now is just the general rankings overall, because that is quite a terrifying result coming through from MADBULLS. We have talked about it a little bit, but not too much. But 532 points total coming through at the moment over 45 matches. Second closest to them, John, 464 points from VIRTUS.PRO. An unbelievable drop-off there from this team. And I mean, it's not like VIRTUS.PRO is bad at what they do, right? It's just the MADBULLS have not missed a single beat for any of these phases thus far, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. They are staying consistent, and that's the thing, is the teams that were competing for that top spot in the first week have not had that same level of consistency at the same sort of high heights that we've seen MADBULLS have. Of course, they did finish Phase 1 with, I think it was a 38-point lead, and they have just been able to stay consistent, and the teams below them weren't doing terribly, but they are sort of changing from 2nd to 5th to 7th, that sort of area, and that is not the sort of consistency that you're going to need to beat a team like MADBULLS.
Yeah, you need to absolutely pop off right now. And it's funny because we are now seeing what Max loves to see in a lot of these teams, which is just being on that path that is smooth and steady in terms of point gains, which is absolutely fine and lovely to see. But with MADBULLS, like we said before, they're on the drums, you know, they're not missing a single one of those crotchets or quavers. They're just banging them out at the moment. And it's just a case that you can't really catch up to that. You're going to have to bring out some kind of drum solo of your own and really blow everyone out of the water if you want to catch up to that ridiculous steam train that's in the front of the pack at the moment. Unicorns of Love, on the other hand, are definitely pumping the coal into the engine with 7.5 eliminations, their average over on Miramar, which is unbelievably good stuff coming here into Phase 2. And that's what you need to see from a team like this, who's currently holding the top spot. But as you said earlier, John, they are got a lot of teams behind them who are very, very close behind.
It is really, really tight. It's 228 at the top with 226, 223, 218, 215, all the way down to 5th. Absolutely has a massive shot, even in just one game, of taking these top spots, right? And then not even to mention 6th place RUTHLESS, VIRTUS.PRO 7th, 198, 196. That is also within striking range for the day. So it is about 7 teams competing for the end, for those top 20, for the top spot, which is 20 bonus points towards the finals, right? So you definitely want to be putting your best foot forward there. A potential drop-off as well for Unicorns of Love of 5 bonus points into the finals.
It's getting a little bit interesting at the moment for these lads towards the top side. I think for Unicorns of Love, we are really proud of them. We want them to continue on this kind of streak, especially with them being one of the teams that we saw last season who didn't have the greatest of times and have sort of reformed themselves a little bit and look to be a lot stronger. I will say one thing that is holding them back at the moment is Gonzo slightly, which is strange to me considering in the past we've seen this guy as quite meticulous. He's very, very much a strategist, a master tactician, but saying that, he has made a vast amount of sloppy mistakes recently in terms of flanking potential, in terms of taking position and not being able to run with it. He does a very good job for the team in the mid game in terms of scouting, but come the end game, he's not able to set up with the rest of the team effectively to make that kind of thing happen. And it's awkward for them because Rocus would like to be that player that is on the front side. He's the front man for the team, whereas you've got the 2 fraggers in the back that would like to start just pumping out that damage in Crypto and Icy, and they bounce off one another really easily. When Gonzo goes down, one of those fraggers has to suddenly take up the position because Rocus is too far ahead. So you see oftentimes Icy will go out to fill that position that Gonzo did leave when he was eliminated, which is a really big issue.
Hopefully they can address that. Currently, Unicorns playing up northeast near Torre Hamada and Cruz de Valle. Now have to move down southwest for this circle, as it did pop on down. No teams close to one another, and Blank, we have been spared the Death Machine ARB fight by the groups.
Yeah, I mean, that has just made me extremely happy, so at least I only have to see it once today. which was what I was terrified about yesterday, saying that I would have to see this twice. Thank you, groups. I appreciate it.
Hang on a minute. Which match are Death Machine sitting out?
Are we going to have a double safety Miramar?
I have to double check on the group.
Find out.
There's potential. I'll find out.
We find out for next game. We'll figure it out. VP or Miramar, not able to say have similar performance they did in phase 1. Obviously, the initial week of phase 2, you saw Old Boy really hot in that game. He looked very, very good, looked very, very strong, very capable as well. And it feels like that week off has kind of dimmed the flames just slightly for his side, which is a bit unfortunate, to be honest with you, because we did like seeing him just kind of take on the world by himself. But there is another team that I would like to talk about, which is Na'Vi, right? And you saw at the initial start day, if you were here for our pre-show, I appreciate you. You know, you're really digging deep into the stats. You're trying to find out as much as you can about the game. But you will have also seen that Tixi is in the MVP rankings for Phase 2 currently, with some really good elimination counts overall. But if you look towards a team like Na'Vi, I mean, just yesterday, you have 5 elims on Kitsune, 5 elims on Matic, 4 elims on Meku, and 8 eliminations there on Tixi. And I think this is the big thing. That was a very good day yesterday from Na'Vi as well, yet Tixi still leads the pack for that team. And whereas we can say, you know, Na'Vi's strong, and they were starting to bring things back a little bit, and they're quite far ahead in the rankings, I'm going to say that I feel like the rest of the team is slightly letting down Tixi at the moment. They're not doing as much as I saw them do last week, where it was Matic and Meku who was very much able to clinch out those final moments in games. Not seeing that anymore, John.
They spoke right to us in the interview about what they sort of maybe addressed. They felt like they were playing faster, and that really worked for them. But it seems like those opportunities have just been closed down, and maybe it is to do with the operational fluidity between these teams, between the members of the squad, getting into those spots that they were able to find last week. But they have had some good performances. I mean, even yesterday they got a second place and a chicken dinner as well to start the day. They absolutely still have that potential. It's not something that you can ignore, but you're right. They have not been up to the potential that we expected coming into this tournament, and we expected given their first half of this phase's performance.
One thing that does strike me as odd about Na'Vi is something they're doing right now, in fact, in front of our eyes, which is good for me to see, is these strange splits that they'll often employ. And I guess that it works a lot of times when they would like to get some more scouting done. And I think over in CIS region, when they used to play there, they had a lot more room to make that happen, because you would see much more calculated play over in CIS, where teams would scout, teams would allow those scouts to happen. They'd be able to take a much larger space within the circle of all teams, and then you would really see the pop-off start to happen towards the end game once everyone had set up. I will say in Western Europe as a whole, we do see a lot of teams being very stubborn, where they'll sit in positions which maybe aren't the best for them, but tunnel vision on singular teams. We saw that yesterday between MUERTE as well as Take Aim Gaming over in Painan. Tixi does take a fall there, but back to the original point, Painan was held for such a long time by Take Aim Gaming on the front, and it just ended up happening where both Take Aim Gaming and MUERTE both just fell because the team refused to move. And I would say that was more Take Aim Gaming's fault than anything, because MUERTE's like, well, we have to wait now, surely they'll move at some point, and they just don't.
It's not ideal, because you kind of cut your nose off to spite your face.
Exactly, and I think that's something that Na'Vi's maybe not so used to, is some of these plays that don't really make sense, that's throwing them for a loop sometimes.
Do get the res onto Tixi up top. We'll get some healing. XTEAM with only 3 dropping in this match over near Saint Martin, and they will only get a couple of angles onto Na'Vi. They're not really likely to push this. It is just going to allow Na'Vi to know the XTEAM are there. There is a team in that area. Popping those couple of shots, that will give that away, obviously. Nexus, big. This is towards the south side of the circle right now. Big. I say the south side. It's actually fairly central, a little bit south leading, just to the east of Chimusera. And actually, with the next circle that's just popped, it's probably going to be quite a good position for Big to be able to hold on to.
I mean, even yesterday we saw that Chumacera, held by Big for a long time, shifted out towards that western side, towards La Diera Valleys, and Big weren't really that slick with it. They weren't very quick, and they didn't get into position fast enough to have a massive effect on that game, which kind of caused some big problems for them coming towards the future of that match, where they were held out right on the outside. So it was a sad time.
Yeah, big problems, absolutely.
Big problems, huge.
That's what they're hoping to avoid this time around. Although they are already in a position, they are going to leave it blank. They're going to try and move a little bit further west, in towards closer to Chumacera, up on top of the hill. So they did move pretty quickly here, based on the shift, I would say. So hopefully, that could address some of those big issues.
Yeah, I think you learn a lesson, right, from yesterday. I don't think heading into Chumacera this early is the greatest of idea. I mean, you saw yesterday on Erangel, even MUERTE just really being a hot pot where everyone got boiled up in the middle and weren't able to leave. And it's a case of you just saw players clambering out of the cauldron and leaving worse for wear there. Death Machine, quite central as well. Again, not an amazing compound, but still some cover to play around with a fair amount of angles to take shots towards teams on that northeast side. Unicorns Love made their way down from Dora Armada. This is decent. A nice shift in terms of pacing here for Unicorns and Love. No, they would like to get into the circle earlier. I think playing from Dora Armada's side is difficult for a team like Unicorns and Love, and they do have to be fairly speedy when it comes to getting into these circles. I like that they headed towards Picado. I think that's just a general idea of, right, Arabian Champions and Death Machine aren't going to do their mad fight here anymore, so we're fine.
Skirt away just that little bit. MADBULLS under pressure from shots from QODEX. A reposition from MoneyKen, gets a high ground position behind the MADBULLS compound. Starts to spray over towards effect skills. Not going to be in an angle to take return fire just yet, but a lot of the MADBULLS now turning their attention towards the back. MoneyKen potentially found a little bit out of position, and I think he's figured that out. Buggy needs to be sent away in. Get back to a little bit more safety, because you're on a flank, sure, you have a good angle, sure, but you get spotted and it's curtains. Effect, we'll see to that.
It's just a 360 jump and somehow gets away with it. Okay. Not seen that in a while. Luckily, he is spotted just slightly from the backside there, and a couple of shots will take him down. Effect takes another bullet or two. He's desperately trying to get into the cover as that smoke blooms. MoneyKen, once again, being a massive issue. I think this guy has played this off angle as a solo multiple times, just a one-man army type of deal, that he's just really taking the game into his own hands. Again, he is that bulldog on the lead, dragging the poor old team from QODEX along with him. And they'll come down towards the very western side of La Driera with him to try and hold this one out. Next circle does hit us now, and that's very hard down towards Minas del Valle. Jesus, that is going to be causing some massive issues in terms of terrain coverage there. Luckily, Pioneers are already in position very early, and they'll move further south even potentially, but there is a massive amount of hills, massive amount of awful terrain to move through. It's going to be an awkward one just in terms of sight lines, and you'll have to set yourself in a position where you can see most teams. Pioneer being here the earliest, though, means they can get some massive high ground and stay relatively center.
I like Na'Vi's position as well out on the west side. It feels like they can sweep down behind a lot of the glut of these teams. If they can get the drop onto Pioneer as well as other teams start to pressure them, I feel like they could have some real power into this next circle. VP similarly on the southeast side, sort of snaking in to, well, I say snaking, they're moving in to the southeast side there. Big roll on over the top of the hill. Mazzaro able to get back to the rest of the team. Now they know that, well, not necessarily Pioneer, but they know there's a team here. They can start to go for the fight as Mazzaro heals on up. Pioneer do go down to a shot, but they are answered. Miki takes the knee to the nade, and a push goes on to SHOCKWAVE. The flash is there. Two players from Big almost immediately taken back, taken away. But another knock is answered. In comes MUERTE for a third party onto the engagement out on the western side. They're going to have to be careful. Smokes start to bloom. They don't want to lose Havlik as well as Fash.
Yeah, I think Pioneer realize that this fight is dusted right now. They need to just move away because there's off angles from Death Machine, there's off angles coming through from MUERTE, who are third-partying this one. Unicorns of Love, again, tricky scenario here for them, moving down from the northern side as we shift so far down towards the southwest. I mean, we could have gone further, but that would have been a Minas del Sur or a Los Higos finish, which no one wanted to see anyway. But this is about as far southwest as it gets, really, without having one of those memey circles. QODEX swing their way in on the western side. Na'Vi managed to take down many players from TJB, and I think that they've looted maybe just a little bit too early here.
Unicorns of Love also losing a player, Rocus down. Icy climbing up the top there. Takes some damage. Potential to reposition though, potential for a different angle against MUERTE. A little bit too enticing, potentially. Unfortunately, Icy backed off that hillside by MUERTE themselves.
Yeah, tough for MUERTE to actually take too many shots. They don't want to open themselves. They realize that, you know, they've taken shots at 3 different teams already. So, you know, getting out into the open, a little bit more dangerous for them as it is for Unicorns of Love coming into this fight almost blind now. Crypto is laid bare there by effect from MADBULLS, and we swing back up towards the northern side. Pioneer with the really strong spot. This is what it afforded them early on by getting into this circle direct center.
Somehow Gonzo gets away with that on the early spray. Flick not quite able to land the spray. Gets to cover, gets to his teammate. Unicorns of Love now in the next circle with both of their remaining players. Striker has the bolt action. You need to be careful in those scopes. You might land 1 or 2, but as soon as that headshot comes in, you're down, that's it.
I mean, for MUERTE, this is a perfect opportunity, though, for them, because they can immediately crash into the building that Unicorns of Love are holding, knowing that this team is damaged. They know that they're wounded here. XTEAM takes a shot up towards Tixi. He is split away from the rest of his team on the roadside and will be flushed because of it. Now, Na'Vi down to 3. Not an ideal scenario. This is where the 3 players of the team have to now step up because their main fragger is now down. Jason goes for a predict over towards Na'Vi, whereas the rest of the boys, they're going to be picking up on towards Pioneer. I think Pioneer, a very obvious choice now over on when this circle pops up this way. I think the predictions came in just before that last circle, so there was potential that maybe Na'Vi could have swept in. Again, though, the roads in front of them, they have the valley to play around with as well, John, so life is not going to be easy going forward for Na'Vi.
No, and they're down to 3 players, as you said, with XTEAM deciding that they have a vendetta out for Tixi, taking him down. And he was the first knock that they found. They found him again. This time they do manage to finish the job. And that means that Na'Vi are on 3, making that sweep from the west a lot harder. You've got MADBULLS in your way as well, which is a team that you don't want to trifle with.
Yeah, difficulty to play around with. Again, there's a lot of angles that are now open, and it's those sight lines which are really imperative. Compound held by TJB is very nice, but it's all the way on the south side of the circle. This is one that you can defend easily. It's just a lot of nades that have to be peppered down the hill. But Romanian men have made their way in, and TJB haven't put up too much of a fight now. Those initial nades had to be on the money, and they just weren't.
TJB trying to find some answering knocks, but GK first. Pinged away. That's Pioneer, actually, from up on high, third-partying into this fight. GK first stepped out a little bit too wide. Get Wrecked wants to put a nade into the back, but it bounces off the windowsill. Or the beam, whichever one the one that goes on the side is, but either way, it doesn't go where he wants it. Tingsker backs up the stairs as well. I believe that was another third-party couple of shots coming through from Pioneer up the hill. There's teams trying to move up the hill past this engagement as well. It's all chaos on the southern side.
Yeah, Romanian men have got to box themselves in here with these smokes, though. I don't really like that idea. I think for TJB, though, knowing that there is an off angle up top, that they can kind of just try and send some nades over towards inside the smoke. Not a bad idea for them to go for it. That's a good nade there, but it's actually Pioneer, once again, taking shots in towards the smoke. And Pioneer are absolutely ripping the lobby apart at the moment from that high ground position.
The advantage they have as well is that all of these teams trying to move up are fighting each other at the same time. They don't have to hold against a full-on crash, certainly not just yet, because everybody else is out for blood in these circles. Sprays from Moneyken. You said this guy is a demon on the off angle. He's showing us his skills just there. Nexus Gaming go down to his crosshair. TJB under pressure from 4 Romanian men. GK first and Tinsker up in the building, but nades are coming back. There's answering bullets, and the nades start to come back from TJB. Tinsker looking to try and heal. GK first wants to hold it off.
I mean, this is fine for TJB. They made some risky moves there, taking some shots and playing outside without any smokes available. Moving up now as well is even trickier, but he's still going for it. This is a bold move.
One goes down, but it's not so lucky on the second. GK first, able to convert on the push, and now teammates to worry about. M4 in hand, trying to play first person in the corner, reloads, and the res potentially coming through onto Rana.
I mean, that was something that was quite obvious to happen there, just crossing. Now, GK first has information on the players up the stairs, but does he have any nades to work around with to even push this? I think he just wants to loot up, see if he can find any kind of utility. There's one HE. Can possibly pop that through the window. Will pull it out. Similar ideas upstairs, though.
Oh, banks the nade just a little bit late. Has to drop for the first aid. Has a little bit of cover there, and the dropout's going to come through. They want to try and finish out this last player of TJB. The first aid went off, and he's going upstairs, isolating the fight, pushing in one direction to try and take it down, but Rana is too quick with it. Fancy feet, dodge the bullets. Get yourselves on in. Alawi gets knocked in the meantime. Pioneer not letting up one bit.
Yeah, GK first just feels slow at the moment. It's not as good as we'd hope it would be. Here's Na'Vi taking down the remaining players of XTEAM, so they've done a good job to sweep on that western side, but still the circle is at their back and they have to keep moving forward. Look at the amount of fights that are breaking out all over the place.
Ooh, Death Machine taking it up with Take Aim Gaming. And at the moment, Death Machine, yeah, they're going to lose that one out. Flushed out on the hill southeast side. Shockwave further up the hill, MUERTE further still. Pioneer all this time sat as kings in the castle, down upon their subjects.
Izumitsu with the 989 already in the pocket, and this is only 21 minutes in the game. There's still potential for even more damage to come through from this lad here. Obviously, with the map being just so open now, and really there being only one compound to play around with, Pioneers now have to split their attention. I do like the play they made earlier, which was just to move away from the big fight and the MUERTE fight. They knew they had to just regroup on a strong position. There's Yankee taking down Kitsune, and this is as they're crashing in towards that south side, and VP was always going to be the big problem, but Meku swings in.
Oh dear, Na'Vi eliminated. VP holding out southwest. Now they can start to push on if they get those reses on board. Ultra in the meantime, crawling his way forwards, taken down, off angle there for Take Aim Gaming. They had the push, they're clearing it out. Big as well, in danger with their last player, Mazzaro. On that eastern side, needs to move forwards, trying to get into this next circle. This could not be a more Pioneer-centered circle.
Yeah, this is a locked-in chicken dinner if they play their cards right. Old boy takes shots over towards Toffees, can't quite land them though. Should have heard the three players that are down there from three separate teams as well. But for Pioneer, it has been just a case of trying to take many angles at the same time. The fact they've had this much control over the high ground for so long is a miracle even of itself. So now losing one player on that western side to MADBULLS, perhaps there is a chance for MADBULLS to even start sweeping in. So they're going to have to regroup, rebolster.
The bad news for Pioneer is that they've got some really strong teams knocking at the door now. MADBULLS with no one else on the west. Unicorns Of Love with a duo on the north. Sure, hampered, but they've still got two to go. MUERTE as well. We've seen them close things out. VIRTUS.PRO on the south. It's absolutely not somewhere that you can afford to slip up in this scenario. Pioneer, they have all the cards to play with. Unfortunately, they lost a player, but they are still in a dominant position.
The fact that Unicorns Of Love have made it so far into the game is pretty fantastic, if I say so myself. I mean, they're on the northern side. Unfortunately, Icy will go down to that angle coming through from MADBULLS. That will slow them down, though. I think there was a knock that went back towards MADBULLS' way, but Unicorns Of Love live to fight another one. And VP finally make their push up. So from both sides, you've got MADBULLS now pushing in. Good shots from VP to start this one off, which will keep the MADBULLS at bay. But remember, there's also the guys from Pioneer to deal with.
They open the door into the ground floor of this first building. Vash under pressure. Pioneer need to hold VIRTUS.PRO out. This is their big struggle of this lobby. If they can find the shots onto VIRTUS.PRO, They might be able to hold out the rest of them, force them into fights against one another. Unicorns are eliminated in the meantime. Tulika wants to slow down Fashion, isolate those positions. As VIRTUS.PRO hold the ground floor.
It was a good position that VIRTUS.PRO placed themselves in. They had to fight off against Na'Vi, doing a similar strat here, which is heading down towards the south side to place themselves as close to the compounds as possible. So when you move up, you're not as exposed to third parties as you initiate onto this engagement. MADBULLS are suffering because of this. They are so far away from any compounds that moving across open ground requires smokes, it requires timing, requires speed. And at the moment, they are being slowed down by a load of roadblocks from other teams along the way. You can see there's Zerish even going down to MUERTE.
Giving over the building entirely to VIRTUS.PRO. Pioneer now have to share their territory. Circle does go to them yet again. And this ridgeline between MADBULLS and MUERTE will decide the team to try and advance on the other side for Pioneer. MUERTE having to fend off against Take Aim Gaming as well. It's going to be really, really tricky to come out of this unscathed.
Pioneer make the smart choice, which is just to leave that compound, like you said, John, just give it over to VP. At this moment in time, Pioneer has to just shake hands with VP and help them deal with the threat that's coming from the west.
Ooh, MADBULLS have the cooks on and a couple of these players, but they're answered really quite effectively by MUERTE. Unfortunately, there is a gun still going at the back, and the nades do get the knocks onto MUERTE. They can get all of these reses with 4 seconds to the circle. They will need to shimmy in fast. Both of these reses will pop, and they need to move now.
Yeah, it's a dirty grenade there. Now Striker as well as Flyke are just watching this pop up from the enemy team from MADBULLS. I mean, they made an intelligent decision there to move back, but Striker gets immediately blapped there, laid low down to low HP, and all the first aids go off, and now MADBULLS are swinging across. It's a zigzag motion. The snake's coming.
2 players there. One will fall in the approach. MADBULLS lose a second. The flushes are coming through as well. Striker is working down the hill, though. It's skills to send it down. Skis on, and he is absolutely down the hill. Perfect run.
And that's the double fang approach there. You get 2 on the side, and the snake, yeah, his head gets taken off, but not before it leaves a nasty wound in the opponents of MUERTE there. Quick med kit coming through from skills, but now what can MADBULLS do with just the 2? Mir's going down. Take Aim Gaming made their way quite far into this game. I said that they were kind of causing themselves issues yesterday, being quite stubborn, but this time they have just swept this side. It hasn't been clean. It's been a little bit messy, but it's got the job done.
VIRTUS.PRO still holding in their building. Not quite great for the next circle. Actually, as you say, Take Aim Gaming now with a lot of presence. No one with 4 players at this point. It is only 3-player squads. Take Aim Gaming do get spotted and flushed, losing one of theirs. Nade over in from Mind, though, spots VP. They want to put more punishment on board. Old boy repositions, avoids most of it. MADBULLS, they had a great fight at the end, but it was just too much to go over the ridgeline. The burn is in. What will it find? It does get the burn onto Mir, finds the second knock and a third as well. Mind just demolishes them with the utility.
Yeah, he had a lot to play around with there, and 2 HE still in the pocket will be very, very useful to them. In the meantime, VP's gone down and Pioneer's still at 3. They backed off a lot of these fights, but now I've got to deal with Take Aim Gaming, who's on a bit of a streak at the moment, but Izumitsu, a nade goes over the top, and this guy's cresting 1,000 damage done so far this game.
Huge. I mean, they've only got 7 eliminations right now, but they're trying to add that up to 9 for a chicken dinner. Take Aim Gaming sit on 10 right now. They have been through the worst of it. Out they come for the 3v1 push, and it will work. Izumitsu rightly gets that final elimination to take the Pioneer chicken dinner from the high ground.
A lot of the time there, Pioneer made the right choice again and again and again. And a lot of the times it was giving up position, giving up ground. And I think that is one of the most important things you can do as a team, is realize when it's time to let some of this control go and move that control to a more isolated place so you can really constrict on that single area. And they choose the warehouse to do it, which is kind of dangerous to go for. There's a lot of angles that are open, but they realize because there are so many teams that are around the base of this little ridge and the high ground, a lot of teams can actually effectively get in without even seeing one another till they crest the ridge side. So very, very well done to Pioneer to hold on to that singular space, and 1,400 damage coming through from Izumitsu. What a game.
The guy was on the swivel the whole time. They didn't really convert a lot of those to all the eliminations that would sort of dictate, but that's exactly what they needed to do. That's what you were talking about. Their presence on that high ground, they were just suppressing anybody trying to move on up there so many times, and that's where those damage numbers come in. That's an excellent example of how to play a position like that. Pioneer, play it by the book and get the just rewards.
I do not approve of the predictions that were shown on screen because I did not choose Na'Vi. I didn't choose any team because I went to go grab a quick coffee. Now, someone here on this desk chose Na'Vi for me, knowing they would lose.
I followed orders, okay? I did not.
Now, let's think. Who's the one that typically predicts teams wrong? Probably is the person that chose my prediction. So I refuse to give each of them a point. Instead, we all three get a point.
Let's see what
I didn't get to predict.
Yeah, I think production has the last word there.
Matt has got my back because I wished him a happy birthday. But anyways, let's move on from this. It's not about us. It's about the players. It's about the teams. It's about Pioneer taking home a chicken dinner. And again, this team, which I would say in the first phase was very hard, very difficult for them to get actual chicken dinners done, to get matches closed out for them. But now alone in the second phase, I feel like we've been seeing them do that a lot more efficiently. I feel like they haven't been so under the radar anymore, just getting a lot of, some decent limbs and some decent placements. I think they're starting to come into their own here and prove that they're one of the contenders in PMPL.
And quite honestly, they should have won this game from where they were. This was holding down a fort. This was holding down a position that the circle was constantly trained on. And even as three, I mean, me and Max had our concerns about the flex out and trying to hold too much space up at the top there, which meant that they did lose a player during all of that. But even then, that shows as a three how not simple it was to get the victory, but how much they should have got the victory given the position that they were playing. So a good hold down overall, even though there were a lot of looming threats coming over the hill.
I think they were especially helped out by how the circle was centering up right on top of their, as you called it, the fort position that they were holding down the entirety of Pioneer. Because you can see here, mini fights happening between VIRTUS.PRO, Na'Vi, all the teams are just clustered, and then when they pushed over that ridge, they're fighting themselves. They don't have an opportunity to get close to the compound of Pioneer unless you're MADBULLS. And unfortunately, as you mentioned, you have that massive split, and they did lose Havlikaina because of that split to MADBULLS. But then they tried to regroup in that position in the warehouse, let all the other teams fight, and just get involved towards the end when the numbers are not there. Here, for example, take aim gaming, go for the push on VP. Great molly, by the way, from mine there. Again, I think the 3 eliminations on it. And then Pioneer like, okay, this is the last team. They only have 2 players. Go for the push, confirm the game. Easy peasy for them.
We should say this, though, is that Izumitsu, who had 1,400 damage done. Is that correct, right? And for the position they were in, I feel like, did all that damage just come in towards the very end? Like, that must have been really hard to pull off. But let's actually take a look at our overall damage here in the lobby. We can talk about it, but...
Oof. Very high.
Okay, so as you're saying, with Izumitsu contributing the 1,463, I think it was damage from Pioneer. That's quite impressive for them to be able to hold that down. But I think the story of all of this is how many players could be housed in these late game circles because of the terrain that they're working with. Therefore, a lot of infighting on these edge sides. Tag especially, I got to give huge props to how they were able to enter this, because we don't really see them too much as a focal point when it comes to these games. But they were putting in an extreme amount of work on the edge and moving on through, as Mind, of course, was doing so much for the team. So really nice to see them be able to step up alongside what are effectively some of the big dogs of this lobby. MUERTE there, Mad there, VP there, VIRTUS.PRO, Na'Vi, etc.
If you look at the top ones, like CIS, and CIS, okay. I think we're seeing kind of a tendency happening here.
Yeah, I think we definitely are, and I think that's kind of been the story here of Western Europe, and I think a story of the future of Western Europe in general too, because I'm really excited to see with these teams coming in as well, long term, how the overall skill level of the lobby, just shoots up, just rises up through the ranks really quickly, and potentially make more of a Western Europe threat when it comes to these global and international events like PMGC right around the corner. But we wanted to also focus in here really quickly on a player from Tag, on Mind in particular, because this man had so many eliminations behind him, and like you guys said before, we don't really get to focus in and zero in on this team too often.
Yeah, this is one of the teams that were just focused on the more southern side of the map and trying their best to hold on to that ridge. And of course, all the infighting that was happening, there was only going to be very small amount of teams actually being able to survive it. But Mind was able to pull through most of the fights. I think they took fights versus Big, versus also Death Machine, Doom, some of the players of MUERTE at some point towards the end, keeping them at arm's length. So they were doing a lot of heavy lifting, but Mind in particular getting himself that fantastic molly on VP's position. Once you clear that spot, you can have that angle, but you got naded at the end. But yeah, 7 limbs for Mind, that is bonkers.
But what about Happy J's finger guns? What about those? You know, like, it's a good look. What do you think, Jason?
I think those are just L's for every time Max does a prediction.
I see.
That's not enough.
Salty about you
have way more than that
for me.
Yeah.
I don't think he has that many hands. It's fine. You got one right, Max, because you copied Kalaris, and we know how that works. And you chose CIS. You took my strategy. How many of what were you saying, Kalaris, about all my predictions recently, except one team?
It's like in the last 8 predictions, every time you didn't pick a CIS team, you lost. And it was just 2 Unicorns predictions, but every other one was correct.
Breaking my heart, man. Breaking my heart. Okay, so what about some other teams in here? Again, it's good to see Tag up there a little bit. Again, a team that's kind of under the radar. We're not really, heavily focused on as one of the top contenders. Is there any other teams in that lobby that kind of stood out to you?
I have one thing you can point out is just MADBULLS being consistent again, right? They make it very late into the game, and you could actually saw a really good off-angle by Skills, right? Actually, when he went to the lower side behind MUERTE, and it was just completely unexpected. They couldn't fight back, and they got themselves some good nades, I think, from Zerich and also Effect once again, so clearly still contesting for that MVP position. Yeah, and that's the thing, MADBULLS, even if they don't get a win, they still get a lot of points coming their way, and that's why they're currently the team contesting for the top. And because it was such a small gap between first and second, I believe they actually might be in first place right now above Unicorns of Love. So yeah, MADBULLS still always on top.
So I'm curious, Kalaris, what is it about MADBULLS? Is it just like very strong in-game leading that allows them to just get this late in the game pretty much no matter what? And then obviously still have that raw mechanical skill to compete and fight from bad positions.
I mean, they do carve themselves a wedge in a lot of the mid games. They understand how to control the territory around them, even if they're in a compound and then transitioning into circles. But just in general, I think some of their team fighting and their, I would say off the back of that, some of their raw mechanics are able to carry them through a lot of team fight scenarios that I would look at other teams in position of, and I'd be like, yeah, you're probably not going to win that one. But MADBULLS does it. So there's multiple facets to the MADBULLS wheel of skill, I want to call it, because they're very, very good.
Just this, I mean, look at this. Last 5 matches, they have 3 matches with 10+ points. Well, 12+ points technically. That's honestly ridiculous, and that's a little consistency that we don't really see too often out of teams, unless you're one of like the top dogs in the world. But we'll see if they can be a top dog or a top bull a little bit later on. So we're gonna head back to our commentators here for our second match of the day.
Going to go into match number 2 for the top dog chance, maybe, for some of these teams. Blank, you ready for the first of 2 Sanhoks?
Always. I'm always ready for Sanhoks, man. I like Sanhoks. They're fun. They're fast. There's a lot of action that goes on in between them. I think at the moment there are a fair few teams that are struggling to figure out where they should be playing and how they should be rotating, which is a little bit difficult to figure out on the fly, but it's something that I do think some of these teams do need to work on. I mean, there are a lot of teams that towards that northern side that are struggling to rotate down. There's a lot of teams down towards the southeast as well, particularly Cave, where you're seeing teams from that southwest island actually crossing the bridge towards Cave and then getting absolutely clustered up and then having difficulty moving up through Painan. And with a lot of the central circles we've been having on Sanhok, this is proving a real difficulty for a lot of these teams.
Blank, I had a look at the teams in this game, and Death Machine are not in it. You know what that means? The next Miramar is going to be a drop in Picardo, so that is confirmed to be probably happening once more on Miramar. But we're in Sanhok now, so we don't have to think about it just yet.
Thank you, John, for that beautiful bit of information that I really dislike. But I'll move on with my day and I'll get on with it because that's what I have to do. That's what I'm here to do and watch these games play out. The mummy skin coming out the plane, straight down towards into the map. Can't see the map feed right now, but I can tell you the plane path is from Camp Bravo all the way across to Camp Alpha. So VP dropping out nice and early over on that side, and Big dropping over towards Camp Alpha. Arabian Champions trying to make their way down, and we are going to have a northwest circle here. So very much a potential for a northwest island finish. Not confirmed as of yet. Can still head down towards Tambang or even Nakam, or even out towards Boot Camp, which would be very awkward considering the river in between, which is going to cause some problems for some of these players, especially crossing via the water, because you'll be crossing onto less than a banking, but more than a little bit of cliff face that you'll need to climb up.
I'm imagining that we're going to see the Na'Vi regroup over towards that northwestern island. As you say, it is fairly unlikely to not go to this northwestern island. So we'll probably see them try and hold the top of the mountain, as they have done several times before. The rest of the team's going to be looking for ways across. Ruins, very heavily contested right now, as we're seeing on our screens. ARB Codex are there. MUERTE are not too far off. They normally drop all the way out to Sami, but they might still go out there if they grab a couple of vehicles, try and get their way over there. Nexus, they're going to hold Painan. They've done it a lot of times before. No surprises there. But I think Pioneer, having a player over on the northwestern island, is one of the changes that could prove to be quite pivotal in terms of the routes to this northwestern island.
Ooh, Effect takes a tumble there to Doom as well. So Easy's actually able to find that one. Molotov's himself, I believe, and actually, oh no, it's a bit of a graphical glitch. So does go with the top and will take down Effect, which is a massive blow there to MADBULLS. In fact, taking down Effect is going to be really unfortunate. They won't have as much presence or power towards this eastern side anymore, especially with their powerhouse of a player down.
I mean, Easy dropped out completely split from the rest of the team as well, so there's no reason that he should have been there. It is unfortunate for MADBULLS, but that's just the way the wind blows on this occasion. ARB still fighting it out with Codex, so another early drop on the cards, another early fight. If they're expecting one on Miramar, their point scoring total today is going to be really hampered by this.
I'd say so. It's a little bit odd for them. Na'Vi now regrouping down towards the northwest side of the island. They've moved across from that confluence compound. Codex still trying to make their way up towards Arabian Champions, who have taken a knock already and a flush. Woodson far forward. Codex looking very different to what we usually see from them, much more akin to the plays we saw in Phase 1. But again, in Phase 1, they were more of a grouped-up team, right? They're much more cohesive. Now it's just a case of Moneyken deciding that he wants points, so will now drag his team into positions where they can grab points.
Jamaz and Woodson trading. Seemingly, Woodson has the read on that, moving at the perfect time, but unfortunately, the perfect time doesn't exist, Blank. It's just not there. ARB do get traded off towards, though, as Codex do answer over onto Wadea on the outside. Jamaz now worried about Michiu on the off. Has the nade cooked. Up into the grass, the ankle's showing, but just behind the stairs in time.
In the meantime, we're having Big actually take a fight with Na'Vi very early on. That's with 3 players, taking them off the high ground. So the late rotate up towards the northwest side as they were regrouping has not worked out well for them there. They lose 1 player. Big has dropped 1 to the knee, but that's going to be another little bit of a bad tumble for a team that was in a strong spot there on the top of the northwest island.
Codex continuing to go for this fight versus ARB. Not going to go for the flush, instead spray the player down on the outside now. You could pick up those points. 2 eliminations now found for Codex, all 4 of them alive, and just Hamo left in this engagement now. Big and Na'Vi going 1 for 1 right now, but Na'Vi took another knock over on that northwestern island. Both of these teams really scuppering both of the other one's chances.
Now it's a 1v1. And again, with Michi all the way over towards Camp Alpha, he can't provide help. So you are in an awkward situation. Tixie's now picking up some of the remaining players. And to be fair, having that guy as your final remaining player on the team as Tixie is exactly what you want in a clutch scenario. I'd love to see exactly what's going on up there. But Tixie falls!
Oh, uh-oh. That is not Na'Vi out. I think he got a res before that. So the rest of the team are alive. This is a chance, though, for Eastern Stars, and they are making this move as Codex clear up the fight with ARB. Eastern Stars are making this move south from Hartin. Potential to third party into this one. Everyone's back up now. Everyone's chill.
Okay, I think it was the other way around.
Yeah,
I think it was
okay.
Mazaro falling to his death there. And Mihi just has not helped out one bit.
He knows that it's a lost fight. Why bother going into a position where you know you are just going to get shut down? Maybe try and snake. We've seen heal strats from Big before from this Northwestern Island, so probably in their playbook, that's what they're going to be looking for.
Still interesting, though, considering they were in a 3v3 whilst Mihi was actually down the hill as well. And they had the advantage. It would have been a 4v3 should have Mihi actually returned to the team. So I think I would say that's a misplay, but now Na'Vi has to deal with Eastern Stars here. Bazzi does go down, but again, there's more shots coming through. Tixi can kind of get himself into a safe position, but quickly the rest of Na'Vi have to support.
Eastern Stars have positions further up the hill as well that they need to be worried about. Spray over towards Matic, not quite getting that flush just yet. Meku further up the hill, trying to move into a position where it's playable. With Tixi down out in the open, I don't think you get him back up at this stage. With Matic low, Meku falling back, they are giving Tixi away here. Although, to be fair, Matic is pretty close to him. Can they get the crawl all the way over? Maybe. Maybe making the mad crawl.
Yeah, Meku really has to hold it down. He has nades that he has been throwing to try and keep the enemy team at bay. Bazzi certainly not getting back up on his feet, but Na'Vi can at least get this back up to a 3v3. 2 grenades from Meku available. Tixi healing, and Kapahala still coming up the hill. That could be the real wild card for Tixi. He does drop to the floor and has eyes on towards that left side.
Eastern Stars want to put nades down towards Matic. Not finding damage just yet. Tixi's closer. Meku on an off angle there. Na'Vi yet to fully regroup. They're waiting for these stims to fully tick them up. Suppress with those nades. Through the middle of those bells might be good onto Athis. He fades away. Fades the damage. And Na'Vi just playing it slow now.
Eastern Stars back up to 4. Kapahala took the opportunity to bring Bazzi back into the fold. So Na'Vi now have to hold this one down as best they can. Pioneers set themselves up a little bit further up the mountain. No availability to get stuck in on this fight as of yet, though. So still, this is just 2 teams locked horns. They're able to come out successfully versus Big, but losing one player will put them at a slight deficit, especially losing Kitsune there, who usually does find a really good off angle to break open these fights, in which case the rest of Na'Vi can start to tumble on in. Again, Na'Vi Tixi has this nade. He's sending it fairly close to that position, immediately pulls back into the UMP.
No damage being put out either way at this stage. Kapahala not willing to swing around. Eastern Stars, it feels like they're just trying to keep everybody alive, and fairly importantly so, right? You've got to expect that you're going to be trying to hold the top of this hill against everybody else moving to this northwestern island. So keeping 4 alive, absolutely pivotal.
I like that replay. I mean, it just shows how nutty Moneyken has been performing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, again, I'll say he's sort of the one-man army. Eastern Stars, I mean, Tixi fading away there. He threw one nade over the top, and I think he's revealed that position a few times. So switches spots, so keeps changing position up on Eastern Stars, so they're never getting quite the strong bead on them. And Eastern Stars just clearing the compounds up top side. Regardless, if they do clear all these compounds, they know that a lot of these players must be open down here. Pioneer moving across early. You mentioned that one player that moved to the side in Izumitsu over towards that northwest island. That has paid dividends, been able to get himself a decent compound nice and early, and the circle keeps moving up towards that northwest side, so this is a good ploy. Now VP getting stuck into this fight.
Well, that's the thing. With Na'Vi holding down Eastern Stars, holding their attention, they can't spread out over the top of this hill. This has allowed Pioneer, Team Doom, VIRTUS.PRO now as well to all move into the foothills unchallenged. And this is really dangerous because now Eastern Stars, they have to split apart and try and deal with multiple threats. Na'Vi have kind of isolated themselves into the back corner of the top of this hill.
It's a good play from Na'Vi as well, and you're 100% right, because this is one of the main areas where teams will run up towards the Northwest Island, is on this hill. It's kind of a death sentence a lot of times late game, where you're running up this hill because there's absolutely no cover, and darting from trees to trees may seem like a good option, but the distance between those trees is very, very long. So you better have a speed like Usain Bolt if you want to get up this hill into cover. You can see once you get to the top, there is a bit more cover to play around with. At the moment, it's VP who are just holding underneath. Keme might be able to get an angle if he peeks over the top here, but VP will have to be very quick on the flick.
So you look at cooks the nade, puts it up over the ridgeline, finds some damage onto Capahada.
That's fine.
The floor.
That's information, right?
Exactly, exactly. You get that tag, you know they're there. You don't get that tag, you know they're not there.
You might play something a little bit too dangerous that doesn't work out in your favor. For Romanian men and MUERTE currently playing a little bit of an odd fight down towards the bottom of the map. MUERTE and Sami and Dadeev currently on his journey towards massive amounts of medkits.
Only 4 right now. One medkit, 4 first aids. Just pop some more stims. I mean, you get 4 points, you make a 3rd place. It's pretty good.
I mean, it's an astute play from MUERTE as well. I think we briefly saw an exploded vehicle out in the water. Dear me, Andre, I think he just drowned, fortunately, there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it was the play zone that took him down.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Romanian men. They are... Yeah, there's the boat out in the water. So for Romanian men, I mean, this is the rotation they go for pretty much every time on the Northwestern Island shift.
Yeah. So MUERTE just call it out. You got to respect that. Still VP, you can't see on the map at the moment, but up towards that northern side of the mountain, they're still extremely close to Eastern Stars, perhaps looking for a little bit more. I think MUERTE can quite comfortably leave this engagement now and perhaps move up towards that bridge. Next circle on our screens will drop pretty center towards the western side of the island, with Camp Alpha being a massive bit of area that is held in.
MUERTE finally clean up the fight on the south side. Similarly, the boat was held out on the north edge, blank. Game Lord taking the fight to MADBULLS as they try and sail around the northern shore. Unfortunately, that's not going to go well for them either, although MADBULLS do get a player to shore and stay alive with 1 skills on the north side.
For MADBULLS, a lot of times that's all they need is just that singular player. Na'Vi playing this very cautiously. I think they realized that, you know, after their last game, didn't have the most amazing performance there, so would like to bring things back up to speed. Not able to breach their way onto the top of Miramar itself. Athis, though, continuing to look around. Pioneers slowly working their way up into a position where they can start moving up the hill, but it's QODEX once again who are being more and more of a force here on Sanhok and in the tournament.
Izumitsu down behind the tree. Moneyken spotted, takes a couple of shots. I think that's from Shockwave, quite a distance there. The M4 Arsenal points their way. QODEX will be backed around this hillside. And look at the number of teams that are there with high numbers of players, right? 4 players on QODEX, 4 players on Pioneer, Eastern Stars, sure, they're on 4. But this is all because RV backed off that fight and waited.
They're very much putting themselves in position right at the back of the action here. And if anything, it's worked out for them with this circle, particularly because it's pushing their way now. They have priority on leaving the mountain and moving down towards Camp Alpha. They also have the massive information there, John, that Big are down to 1 player. So Camp Alpha is a lot more free than maybe some of these teams realize.
Eastern Stars may realize it as well if they can read that deep into it. But then again, that's all conjecture for them. There's no hard evidence. Hopefully, they'll be able to control the top of these hills, because they have gone for a little bit of a split. They've actually kind of left the west side to Na'Vi, and they're using Na'Vi's strategy to their advantage as well.
Yeah, so I think right now Eastern Stars realize that Na'Vi, yeah, they hold the western side. That's a cute skin. I like that. Been needing that one. They realize that the majority of the western side is theirs. So all they need to do now is lock down the crossing up the hill. And as I said earlier, that hill crossing, death sentence late game. Pioneer got here quite late, realizing that with this circle, it maybe was moving further west, but we are having a full mountain finish. And Na'Vi so glad that they didn't take that aggressive engagement onto Eastern Stars and prolonged their game a little bit further. Nexus moving up from Painan now.
Wanting to deal with Beg for Mercy, the last player from XTEAM, but there's an aid in hand. Redox avoids it. Nicely done, but there's a second to follow. Redox pushes out, wants to catch the pin puller, and will be able to do so. Swift 2 from the DBS, and that's all she wrote. XTEAM down.
It's an interesting play there from Beg for Mercy. It's not one that I particularly agree with. I mean, getting so close in there where he moves off to the right side in front of you, you realize that at some point he's going to push. It's extremely difficult to hit that grenade, and it's unlikely that Nexus is going to move back into the blue, right? So I think for Beg for Mercy, who's maybe playing with a bit of fire there themselves and probably should have pulled out the M4s. And MUERTE on the long swing, finally here, takes down EXO.
Seems like Nexus are going to be caught in an unfortunate position because you've also got Ruthless Esports on the southeast of this to worry about. Potential third-party striker up the barrier.
Oh dear, what's happening?
Up the girder. Potential for a spray down here, but Redox gets absolutely beamed by the rest of the team. Excellent off angles being held there. And the flush is fast as anything. The rest of Nexus going to try and fall away. Org in hand, though. Nexus aren't going down without a fight.
Yeah, look at that. No meds whatsoever. English has to make the quick send. And if it only was a little bit sooner, perhaps Doran would have been taken down by the off angle. 6 first aid kits can easily outlast Flyke here. No first aids on his side. The best he can hope for is to maybe get to one of his teammates and request that they drop a first aid to support him. But how close can he get? He has to make this crawl across to striker. It's the only way.
Pops a bandage. Wants to see a toe out of line, but he's not going to be able to send the howler just yet. Striker bleeding out. Even if he goes down, though, that's first aids on a body. Pops the smoke, I think. Wants to try and push out that way. Worried about Octavian as well.
I mean, it's impossible for Flyke to get either of those players back up into the action. Once they're knocked, they're done. At the 4th zone, impossible to go for the actual res. Still looking towards Doran, tries to take the feet out from underneath, but he needs to be more preoccupied with getting some meds on board.
You can see the head moving forwards. Look at that. Just over the top. But it's actually Ruthless Esports to try and take this one down. Predictions come in. Eastern Stars for 2. Pioneer for 1. And the compound on the southeast side of this hill. I mean, they're playing as 4 right now. They have got a good position. Eastern Stars, they also have been dominating this top of the hill for quite a while now.
I think I'm going to put my trust in Na'Vi this game.
Oh.
Throw my prediction into the hat.
Ooh.
See what happens.
Special.
It's a special blank prediction right there. You can thank me later for the loss.
Do I have to go with Na'Vi as well? Is that the rule? Do I have to follow you?
You don't have to. I'm not asking you to follow with me anywhere.
I would ride with you into the gates of hell, my friend. Let's go.
Oh, you missed it.
Probably wouldn't, actually. Like, being serious, probably wouldn't. That's a bit far.
Mean.
It's out of the way.
I'd go with you to the end.
Would you?
Yeah. That's an Aragon quote.
That's not... that's nice. That's nice. But that's not what your PUBG gameplay says. PUBG Mobile, you tend to just run off.
Well, I get a vehicle and you don't find one. So, joke's on you. That's your fault.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's my fault. That's a me problem.
Circle drops pretty central once again. Pioneer have that compound, but they are down the hill currently. Eastern Stars really have given up a lot of control on that side, looking more over towards the guys from Game Lord. VP in a sticky position.
It's not ideal for either of those two rosters. Both of them going to lose players there in that engagement. VP still have Yankee out in the blue, so potential to heal there if they decide to go for that strat. Salazar goes down for Ruthless. MADBULLS eliminated as well. Teams are starting to drop pretty hard right now. MUERTE, only 1 player left standing. Eastern Stars, they have taken a knock as well, as Bazzi getting rezzed up by Keme.
Circle heads towards Na'Vi now. So they have the high ground still, but Eastern Stars can quite easily push over in this direction. Na'Vi has all the info on board. Pioneer got a tough push ahead of them. And Eastern Stars, I think they're having a real difficulty because you have to be aware of where Pioneer are coming from and also dealing with Na'Vi in the process. You see them lining up now. There's a real dangerous couple of minutes ahead for Eastern Stars coming down this open hillside.
There we go, that's a good opener onto Tixi. It seems to be that he's getting knocked quite frequently in these games. Meku makes the dash over. Keme, no nades, otherwise that would be 2 dead Na'Vi players. Matic's there though. Keme makes the push. Kapahala tries as well. But Na'Vi are going to hold out for now. Can they get these reses? Once more challenge, but will be cut down there. It's just too much to bear. The res came through though, and it's Tixi and Meku now to be able to stand up. Meku finds another. Eastern Stars get the knock from the top of the hill, but it's Bazzi now who's back on his feet, wanting to take this fight. For Eastern Stars, only one player left for them, and they have fallen short of the full down push that they were looking for. Can they stay alive?
I mean, QODEX is picking up on this one quickly as they zoom up the hillside. As for, really, it's only Bazzi remaining. Finds at least one, but that's about it. Now, Tixi, it's all in his hands. It has to be a big nade over the top, but we switch over towards Pioneer side, who are starting to sweep, and it's Na'Vi who's in the way.
Pioneer looking good here to move up and third party. The QODEX third party as well pushes both of the teams that started at the top of this mountain to the side. Meku and Tixi, they're going to feel the brunt of these nades, and they will be spotted out. I wouldn't imagine they're going to last too long here with the number of nades that Pioneer have in the arsenal. QODEX, really only one angle to come from as well. Pioneer have a lot of control.
This is stressful now for Na'Vi because they can't stand up. Izumitsu's holding that angle, and they'll be first to face QODEX if they continue on this trajectory around the side. They really had hoped they would further go for that push. Surely Mitsu spots this. Can't quite hit the initial shot, but will finish off the second.
There's no way you live longer than that, unfortunately for Na'Vi. They go down. In fourth place as MUERTE are still healing, by the way. QODEX really, really low now, and Pioneer, they just need to tickle them. They just need a stiff wind, and that will be all it's going to take. Moneyken, last standing. He's good, but I don't think he's that good. QODEX go down, and it's just MUERTE left healing. Where is Darev? Where is that sneaky bugger?
He's in! Down towards docks on the southeast of Sami. My man has not moved.
Oh my goodness me. It's the MUERTE docker.
I like that.
He is putting in the shift. He is working.
That is huge respect going through to Darev. Not bothered about it. Didn't even want to go see the circle. Happy to pick up some eliminations of his own. The rest of his team, you might think that they didn't get much done, but clearing a lot of teams towards the bridge side actually accelerates the game massively. Finishing at 23 minutes, it's not super early for Sanhok, but it's early enough that Daddy is able to quickly pick up that second place. But again, the main thing on the cards right now, John, is the back-to-back from Pioneer coming here on Sanhok from Miramar. They go from the biggest to the smallest, and regardless, they'll take either a wing or a full chicken. They'll take it home.
Colaris is pretty happy about that one because he got that one right, saw them in their compound, thought, you know what, Na'Vi is dealing with Eastern Stars quite effectively. There's going to be a lot of people trying to take down Eastern Stars' position, and when those two teams clashed, they were ready for that third party. So Pioneer played that well, and they proved that it's not just when they get those circles.
There could have been a reposition coming through from Na'Vi should they've been able to deal with Eastern Stars a little bit better, but it actually all comes down to that initial pick from Big. Letting them down to 4 is such a massive issue for them, and because of that, they're not able to have all the angles they would have liked. I think Matic put up a fantastic fight versus Eastern Stars, and I think that, you know, some people might call him greedy for going for the third peak, but I think he had to do that to provide time for the rest of his team to get back up on their feet. Unfortunately, with Tixi going down so early in that engagement, it just really crumpled down around them. Again, valiant effort from Matic regardless. It could have been a lot better. Unfortunately, it wasn't.
Well, Pioneer extend their lead. The first place spot was theirs after the last, and it's going to be even more firmly set now after their second chicken dinner today.
Let's be honest, okay? First of all, Pioneer getting a little bit lucky with the fight that happened between Na'Vi and Eastern Stars. Third party on that, and then of course, fantastic nades at the end. Max, why did you curse me with predicting the same team as me? This is what you get. I'm gonna drag you down with me, and I don't want to play this prediction game anymore after having my prediction chosen for me last match. But Pioneer, I think as we were talking about before, Max, you know, they're starting to really focus on finishing off games and getting victories. And they already had everything going their way before when it came to eliminations and getting to the late game. But for them to like work on this aspect in particular has turned them into maybe a CCT.
Yeah, very high chance of that being the case. I mean, when you're looking at their Phase 1 performances, they were a consistent team. They did get themselves some really decent games, but they struggled when it came to closing off games. I think they definitely worked on that during this week-long break we had last week, and now they came back as a completely different team. It's just night and day how they approach these late game finishes. They make it most of the time as a 3 or 4-man crew. Their timing is on point. I mean, you said they were maybe lucky on that third party. No, it's not down to luck. Like, that was down to their timing. They understood the fight's happening. They can't focus on us. Let's close the gap, get right to that ridge line, and then we can just nade it. Izumitsu, boom, as easy as can be for him. And yeah, I think they definitely worked on that as much as they could, and now they're a team that can close off game and are in clear competition for that first place.
And finally, the high ground problem of Na'Vi spreading so far is opened up by a team here. We've had so many Sanhoks where they're split so far wide and nobody's punished them early for them to eventually regroup and have a win or a successful podium finish off the back of it. And this one, they got punished. That's how it's going to work out, and they should be considerate of that going into the next Sanhoks, because quite honestly, anytime I see a circle like this, I'm like, oh yeah, let's go with Na'Vi. But this time, impossible to do so, because they had the punishment happen from what seems like VOD review, etc., and the teams around them are learning, which is important for these games.
Yeah, and also
the thing is though, I feel like they command the respect though, Max. I feel like they're a team that have been so good. At least in this phase alone, not as good than the last phase, but they demand that respect, and I feel like maybe teams should be afraid to take them on, but as we saw there, it worked out in, well, not Na'Vi's favor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Na'Vi definitely is a team that demands that respect, right? But if you're a team that know that they have some glaring issues when it comes to the early stage, and as you mentioned, Kalaris, they have this massive split, capitalize on it. Even if you just eliminate one player, now you have the advantage. Now you have potentially that circle coming in your favor, and then you can potentially close off the game. And not only that fight from Eastern Stars was strong, but also then they were just an absolute concrete wall in the northern side of the mountain, and just making sure Game Lord couldn't cross in. VP also were held off for a very long period of time. So I feel like Eastern Stars are a little bit similar to Game Lord yesterday, feel a little bit more confident, I would like to mention. So yeah, hopefully they can keep going on that, but it seems like Sanhok, there's some things that are ready to change on the northwestern island.
I mean, it is funny that Big is the one that kind of punishes that overall. And then actually, I mean, to be fair, Big has to spend so much to make that happen. But yeah, what a war zone the Northwest Island is, as Max is saying. It's kind of crazy to currently watch it unfold throughout so many game days.
Okay, let's take a look actually at Pioneer up against Na'Vi in a quick little head-to-head. I wanted to look at this in particular because we obviously had Na'Vi maintaining the high ground with the zones going their way, but then Pioneer kind of having to fight their way up through a couple of different people, a couple of different teams here. And those nades at the end as well out of Pioneer were fantastic on a QODEX. I was actually impressed to see QODEX this late in the game. I know they've struggled in this phase, but they started to improve. But it's just one nade to completely shut them down. Was it 2 knocks and got a third player extremely low?
Yeah, exactly. I think that was just one single nade from Izumitsu. Gets 2 players knocked instantly. One on, what was that, less than 5 HP, I believe. So that was pretty much an easy one to connect it. And yeah, I mean, that's the good thing. Also, this is a team, don't forget, Pioneer, they drop in boot camp. So when it comes to loot, pretty much no team is going to beat them. They're going to have all the resources, all the utility that they need after they transition, of course. So they made that transition through the river very early on in the game to make sure they're not going to be in any trouble. I think this is one of the Sanhok matches where you instantly knew on phase 1, okay, it's going to go to the northwest. So the quicker you're going to be on that rotation, the more effective your spot is going to be and the longer you can hold on to it. So yeah, I think that they just have a good game plan now when it comes to Sanhok. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And speaking of transitions, I mean, the thing that impresses me most about Pioneer's victory here is the transition from the compound as they have that west shift away from them on towards Navi's position, because it can be very tempting for Pioneer in that moment to just say, okay, the circle's moved, let's go. But you need to actually be a bit patient with the position that Eastern Stars was on. You need to let them move first, and also QODEX actually moved up into that north position, which isn't as much of a threat, but moving later as Pioneer here means that they're coming to an already ongoing fight. So there's distractions going on for the other teams as they then make their way towards what is eventually the winning circle.
A great timing out of them to make the push happen indeed, and obviously none of them a chicken dinner. But let's take a look at our overalls to see if things have shifted up here. Remember, we had Unicorns of Love, then MADBULLS in our first, then second place. But Pioneer, by 20 points, are in first place, and MUERTE is actually in second.
I mean, we knew it was going to happen, right? It was such a small gap. I think, what was it, just below 20-point difference between first and fifth at the start of the day, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, the simple fact that if you have a strong start like this, like potentially, you know, a back-to-back actual win for Pioneer, so of course you're going to be able to jump up pretty significantly. So, yeah, I mean, 20 points potentially coming the way of Pioneer after today, so that would be a massive step forward. And Pioneer actually went third when it came to the first phase too, so that would be, if they stay in first currently, that would get themselves, what, like 37 points total head start in those finals. So, man, they're looking already good for the finals itself.
Yeah, and we look down the list here, MADBULLS third, Na'Vi fourth, Unicorns of Love fifth, who have fallen. But again, they've only played one match today, and they're going to have the rest of their matches now thereafter. RUTHLESS as well falling down, but SHOCKWAVE, maybe the silent team in 8th place, as we saw there. Not by that many points, but they do have about a 30-point gap between them and the next place above them. They've been relatively quiet, but not too bad by them to just kind of sneakily stay within that front page.
Yeah, doing okay for themselves. I mean, ultimately, I haven't really been paying too much attention to how they've been kind of transitioning in these last two games, but we'll see if they can continue on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think they've just been kind of quiet. Looking down the rest of the list, though, Game Lord getting close to being knocked out of top 12, though they still have a significant lead of, what, 19 points above the team below them. And looking down the rest of the list, Eastern Stars, super surprised to see them in 15th place. Like, just in terms of the caliber players we know they are and how good they've been in the past.
You make a good point there, Jason, though, because we should be focusing on that barrier to top 12, right? That is going to matter for today, because we're considering we have that Livik match and seeing how these teams are going to be able to push up. I think for Eastern Stars, this is a kick in the right direction for them getting some points on the board for this game. But Eastern Stars, for me, is not a team that I expect to not be making top 12 in each of these phases. So they've got some more work to do here. And considering they actually have all of their games left today because they were in Group E, they have an opportunity to try and strike at that top 12.
All right, well, you know what? We have all their matches coming up, and we have our next match coming up here. So we throw it back on over to John, Allen, and Blink.
That's true. There is the bonus game at the end of the day. That's the Livik to try and get some of those extra points to scrabble your way further up those tables. As Blank scrabbles into frame, we're getting on board with our one and only Erangel for the day.
We are indeed. I mean, Erangel, a little bit more consistency coming through here where, you know, you don't have those crazy circles. I mean, Miramar is kind of nice because you get a lot more time to rotate with, but when you get a circle like that, goodness me, I don't know what you do with it. Sanhok, on the other hand, again, another tricky circle and not one where Pioneer were able to have the immediate advantage, but still sending Izumitsu out early, as you so gloriously pointed out, Mr. John, was the big factor that led into a strong win for them. With Eastern Stars heading up early, Izu was able to quickly scout out that Eastern Stars were no longer in that typical compound that they held, and getting up there was very, very beneficial for them. So well done to Pioneers. They're picking up those little bits of information where they can and capitalizing on them.
I mean, it was only the other day that I was sort of calling them a third place team, and that's kind of what it felt like, really. They were never having that sort of impact that we've seen in these first two games, and it's great to see that sort of step up, especially when the top of the tables is so tight, right? They are starting to streak out in the largest lead we've seen for days, Blank, in this phase for that 20-point total. I'll tell you what, though, I kind of want the MADBULLS to get first, because I really want to see a team get 80 bonus points into those finals.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, it would be one of the most craziest things to happen. Like, immediately we get the switch up on the point system and you already have a team who is just making the absolute most out of it. I think when you look at it, though, is that, you know, that should be something that pleases us. Yes, I feel like we should have tournaments where it's very even across the board, when you have those points totals towards the finals where, you know, you have teams that, you know, no one's really in the lead. But we should also have tournaments like this where there is a clear victor of the league play, and they should be rewarded for that coming into the finals and put our best team forward to head towards whatever championship, whatever big tournament comes next.
I mean, for MADBULLS, it's unlikely that they won't be in the 70s in terms of bonus points at this stage, but I just want to see that big 80, you know, the 8 and the O. it's just going to look so good next to each other. But with Pioneer on form as they are, there's a challenge there. There is absolutely a challenge. Pioneer now in second place on the overalls blank, sat at 498, with MADBULLS on 549. So that's a 51-point difference, which has closed significantly since the start of the day. And remember, Pioneer weren't the team in second place at the start either.
No, they weren't, and that's what's the craziest thing about it, is how much numbers they've been able to pump up in such a short amount of time at the beginning of this day, which is very, very cool to see. Again, I think they had a little bit of just a little bit of quietness about them, right? The silence before the storm, but now they're really starting to pick up speed, pick up pace, and the best time to do it is in that final day of Phase 2 before we head into Phase 3, put themselves on level footing there with MADBULLS. And we were talking about at the beginning of the day here, you know, a team couldn't just rest on their laurels. They had to have one of those big pop-off days where you get the fireworks, the explosions, the absolute big barbecue and the bonfire. That's what everything you needed here, and Pioneer, you know, they've brought out the full package.
They seem to have done halfway through this tournament. I mean, it's a good way to start off your half, isn't it? It's a really nice feeling for them. Hopefully they can keep that one going, keep that in the pocket. Unicorns of Love do get traded out there. There is a little bit of a kerfuffle around the bridge, this eastern bridge, as MUERTE try and move south. Unicorns of Love normally land in Novo. That's their normal drop spot. They split around there, grab some vehicles. MUERTE try and move south fast from MILTA, and they pay the price of 2 for entry to the island. That is not good. That's a wedge.
Yeah, that's mega frustrating. But the thing is, though, is that actually I feel like there's some retribution going on here, and I'm kind of okay with it. I feel like justice there was served for the Unicorns of Love. If you remember way back when, I think it was Phase 1, that both MUERTE and Unicorns of Love dropped in the same position towards the western side of the map, where Unicorns of Love were just trying to pick up vehicles to head down towards Novo to get looted up. Again, MUERTE tries something a little bit sneaky, and this time Unicorns of Love are more than ready for it. Take down 2 of the players, send the other one packing, and the vehicle that he was able to pick up, it's useless now.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a big frustration as well. No loot on board. It's going to be a long time before you can get the loot. It looks like they're really split as well. Striker on the northern shore, on the far northern shore, and Flake all the way far south on the military island, with the circle shifting everyone down south as well. Everybody's going to start to look to cross and figure out how they can find that opening. With that engagement, though, early, it's going to have slowed down Unicorns of Love, and Game Lord now, at the mouth of this eastern bridge, have a chance to cross.
TJB do like to get in here nice and early as well, though. Unfortunately, I don't know how much of a problem they will be for Game Lord. Flake looking for Take Aim Gaming just being absolutely decimated at the hands of Flake. Yeah, there's only 2 of them, but not happy to let go of this position as of yet. I said that about Game Lord, saying that maybe TJB is not too much of a big problem for them, but I have to remember last game, which was brutal, to say the least, getting removed by Team Doom after they were so split at the beginning as well.
And that's a vehicle for Flake as well. That's a real nice delivery there. Minimal loot, unfortunately, though, as the teams crossing didn't really get that much chance to take that time to get the gear on board. Take Aim Gaming isolated to the south side. 4 Romanian men have also sent on in. Close to Striker, they will spot the opposing buggy. Don't think either of them really want that fight. Striker wants to regroup with his teammate.
Yeah, Getreg just wants to head on over. And now MUERTE, brothers in arms. Once again, can grab forearms and stay together for a little bit longer. QODEX looks over towards RUTHLESS Esports, who tried to make the crossing, dipping into the water. They might get 2 players onto the bridge, but with it being so open here, it's quite difficult. So Ulysses and Co will have to absolutely hold down the front side. Moneyken drops back, and that might be an opportunity for Salazar to get up towards the beachhead and maybe even towards the tree line. It's going to be rough, though. Manu's actually coming back to the fold.
Get a position on that beach side that allows 1 more person to start swimming. So if RUTHLESS, they have a lot of time to play with here. If they have the loot that they need, they can just keep this one going. This is really quite impressive, this holdout against 2. I mean, sure, he got the drop on the first one, and then swings out with the Mini 14 close range as well.
Yeah, it's a quick isolate, and I think both these players were extremely limited on loot in terms of vests, helmets, so the Mini 14 at that range just absolutely pumps you. May as well be a shotgun in the right hands of a player, and Flyke certainly was that right player in that right moment.
Seemingly so. I think the rest of Ruthless are starting to move across the water slowly. Well, Salazar's actually in the boat. He's going to send all the way back and grab the rest of the team. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, managed to find it. Yeah, I think he's just rolling up on the side there. I think for QODEX, moving back is not the worst idea in the world, especially with this circle really being quite confirmed on top of Sosnovka. It's down towards the southeast side. There's a little bit of the North Island in, but you all know at home. You're all smart. You know this is one's dropping over to Sosnovka. There's no biggie there.
MADBULLS make ground fall on the southwest side of the island. Unicorns Love still hold the east. TJB rolling in 3 as quick as you like. An off angle as well to be found. Striker doesn't know what's hit him. And MUERTE lose the player. There is an answer from the man of the hour, Flyke, who's been brutal in these close range engagements. Has the AKM now as well. Unfortunately, he's under the sight lines of TJB. Not gonna be able to find those shots. And the buggy remains intact. Can just go for a full reposition.
Just wanted to try and pop him out the vehicle, and think for MUERTE, they were just looking for a spot to loot up, but TJB moving down from farm, straight over the bridge, immediately down towards the southeast side. This is very much out the way, so I don't blame MUERTE for trying to pick up this compound, going for a little bit of loot. But it's one of the situations that, as two, taking even a single compound, even if it is not the biggest priority for a lot of teams, still very dangerous, and Striker finds out exactly why that is.
QODEX on the north side, still just backing up and giving ground. Ruthless Esports did all manage to get across. There's the boats that got them there. One would imagine anyway.
Look at the map, they do have a single player in Woodson who head down far southwest side, just scouting out Arabian champions who are on the western side of military. I think that is a fair scout, but now will return back to the rest of the team to rejoin them as a fort. Try and take out the threat in Ruthless Esports, who made their way across. I think QODEX did give them a lot of ground, but again, these compounds towards the northern side, very useful, really good for in terms of getting, at least stopping crashes, but they don't stop bullets if you're out in the open.
Yeah, especially if you're just walking out in the open. It's not ideal. That will be flushed out very quickly as well. And now Ruthless, despite having no vehicles, can make this advance. They can make it at speed. And really, what can Michiu do? There's very little opportunity here for any sort of proper hold. The smokes bloom, and there's no sightlines for him to hold. Might have been a better idea to try and run away in this scenario. Again, live up to what QODEX have been playing as their game plan for a while. Manu sees the door blown off its hinges. There is suppression from the off angle, but the nades force in the fight, and the smoke is still there. The sprays can just continue to pour on in. They switch out around the side, they get the knock, and there's no res available.
Yeah, quickly dipping out and in of the angles that should be seen from the top side. Very aware that the rest of the team will be regrouping with them soon. Super unlikely that the 4 from QODEX will be going down almost immediately here. So they know that there's players encircling these compounds at the moment. So very well done to Ruthless Esports, either in using a lot of the smokes on the sides of the buildings. I mean, this is just caution, right? It is using that to your advantage, understanding that, you know, we might not need this smoke, but it doesn't hurt to drop it down. Wow.
It's arboreal combat right there.
He's part of the tree now.
He's an ent.
Yeah. He's forced into that position. Not exactly what you might want, but there you go. That is terrifying. That is a moving weapon.
It's a cheesemobile. It's coming for you. It's smelly, it's stinky, it's going to ruin your day.
And if it's anything like Swiss cheese, it's going to leave you a load of holes as well. Pocus drops up towards the rock, looking over towards the remaining players from QODEX. A lot of damage gone over towards Salazar. If he moves into that grenade, might just take him down, but Manu's already there. Now just one player in Moneyken, see what he can get done. I know he's done a lot so far, but is he prepared for the 1v4? I don't think so. He's just going to try and dip, but even so, there's 4 guns looking your way.
The cheese wagon rolls up. Doesn't really get too much damage done when they're inside, but as soon as they hop out, that's when the frag fest starts. Na'Vi corralled themselves a little bit of a scruffle with MADBULLS. That's a new word, apparently. And they will leave off and leave MADBULLS low to get position into this next circle. As 4 Romanian men get eliminated, Na'Vi have swung around the north side of the engagement there against VIRTUS.PRO. Potential for them to chime on in. TJB trying to hold out Central Eastern Stars. They took heavy casualties right in the middle of the military island runways in these buildings here. Crucial positions for the minutes to come. TJB seemingly doing well, but with Tingsker getting flushed, Eastern Stars looking to hold out. Bazzi tries to spray out down the staircase, stays alive for now, but his health bar is ticking away out the side of the control tower. And leaves TJB wondering where he's gone.
Yeah, really threw them for a loop there. Now back up into the control tower. Now this is an interesting move. Is Zittel aware of it? He is. And that'll be finally the remaining players from Eastern Stars going down. Rob tries to take his chances with a couple of nades, a couple of smokes up towards the top side of the building so he can move up, but Victor is spotted. Zittel extremely low. Molotov in that window might just do the trick.
It's a tick of HP that all that needs to be taken away, but the heal does go through. Rob's going to be backed up by Victor and Akashi on the outside, but he's first man in, breach and clear. He trades it off. Nades fall down the stairs. Zittel's still going. But taken low yet again, and now a really dangerous position. No first aids left, has got a med kit. Get yourself up to the top, get that med kit ticking.
Big is just getting torn away from the lobby by Na'Vi. MADBULLS took a knock to them earlier from Na'Vi as well, so they're down to 3, I believe. Na'Vi looking to finish the job they started earlier on. Meku was on a very big off angle, and that provided the information across the rest of the team to pick up some more eliminations. After this one, engagement does conclude. We'll talk a little bit more about that.
Just holding the top of the control tower. Trying to stay alive. GK first, pops a medkit of his own. Still got some first aids. Game Lord not quite there just yet. Nades down the stairs. They haven't been able to breach it. Zittel again, moving on the outside. GK first puts an aggressive nade down the stairs, but gets blown up for the process. And out they go. Finally, Game Lord can roll. They're just popping these shots. Zittel is on the outside, and that call will come through to a third party. Actually coming on in and taking it down, ending the kerfuffle.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love able to find them there on the outside. Game Lord not able to pick up all the eliminations, but at least some of them will get 2 for their troubles. Now, looking back towards MADBULLS and Big, where Na'Vi were looking extremely strong, up to 5 eliminations so far on this game. I think for the MADBULLS, one thing to consider over the course of today is just the bad starts they've had to some of these games and not able to convert any of them into any real points, which is what's allowing Pioneer to catch up so massively in the overall leaderboard at the moment. Remember, if you get first place in the overall leaderboard, that's another 20 points going your way towards the head start. Sure, if you do see MADBULLS drop down to second place, they'll be going into it with 19, but Pioneers are looking for that big 20, and we might not see that glorious 80 points on the total lead going into the finals from MADBULLS after all.
Makes me sad, Blank. That's all I have to say about that.
You look for perfection, but you won't always find it, unfortunately.
Perfection is in the imperfection. There you go. How's that for wisdom?
Yeah, well, perfection is also the enemy of good.
Is good even real?
I'd say so. You can have some good things happen. Zerish at the moment not looking too good for himself out in Zone 4 with only 2 first aid kits, and Na'Vi still smelling out the rest of the team. Knows they're around here somewhere but can't quite find the scent. They won't be able to pick up the trail just yet. Matic still erratically driving around the rest of the team, moving down towards the south side. That's directly past Effect, who maybe is looking for one of the stragglers, decides better of it, and just will recall the rest of his team towards his position. But how long can they last outside in the zone? It is moving fast on towards them. They're on the fast side of the circle too, as we do see a shift over towards the eastern side on the circle. That's towards the compound that Game Lord just took, who are on the right, on the northeast side, on the edge. But it's Ruthless Esports with a very central position towards the airstrip.
VIRTUS.PRO moving up along the barrier. It looks fairly open, but the ridge to your right and the wall actually to your left gives you quite a lot of cover. So VP can play pretty effectively there. Actually, they're hopping on in and want to play the plane.
Very quiet so far. Not too much action going on, but not needed as of yet. I say that as things start to pop off just a little bit. Unicorns of Love looking more towards Game Lord. Realizing that fight did conclude between TJB as well as Game Lord, considering they were the ones to nail the final nail in the coffin there. So I think for Game Lord, they've got to be a little bit wary. Maxman with Unicorns of Love, Kalaris with Na'Vi, Jason with Game Lord. A real spread of predictions. No one really knows where this one's going, and to be fair, it's acceptable considering the map and the amount of area in this one. You get one shift and it can be the end of a team.
I like Kalaris' pick there. I think it's a safer pick because Na'Vi, no matter what, they're going to have to play the same strategy. They know what they're going to have to do, which is push in from that south side and start to clear angles. So you kind of have a sense of they have a plan forming already. They can start to process exactly where they're going to go no matter what. But if you're Game Lord, it's so much more chaotic in this next circle shift. Unicorns of Love, they have that baseline of fire, but they're all very, very, very split. So they're going to have to figure out to regroup based on this next shift.
I think the Unicorns of Love, they have played quite split in a lot of these circles. They like to take a lineup, they like to take shots at as many teams as possible with as many angles as possible. So they try and take as much high ground as possible. So I'm not entirely upset with this split that they're currently enforcing. A lot of these players have really, really, really good bases of operation. You can see both Crypto and Icy on top of the shelter areas. So they're watching out towards these positions with a lot of cover from the rocks that's given to them. And see the smokes blooming from Take Aim Gaming and playing in a very precarious position in tickets.
Matic and Kitsune both scouting out towards MADBULLS, and they've been spotted by the two players up the hill as well. Zeresh goes down. But they're not going straight on in. Kitsune instead putting ordnance down towards the back. Spots Effect hit the floor and hits the floor himself. They still just swinging around, and Na'Vi are on the warpath. Effect absolutely run down out in the open, and the MADBULLS are put to the slaughter.
Take up to 8 eliminations that are like that from Na'Vi. They constantly were on the swivel in terms of the vehicles, knowing that there were still players out that way from the MADBULLS that they would have to deal with. In the meantime, though, Unicorns of Love have swung down with just two players, the position that Na'Vi were holding very, very recently. So they could be next on the target list. Luckily, they are now moving back. So scouting happening from the Unicorns of Love, trying to keep it less dangerous, as we saw yesterday from Rocus, as he just rocked up in a vehicle, tried to get the car elimination and was punished for it. So you'd hope that he would be more careful today.
A lot of noise for not a lot of speed there from Meku. Needs to gain a little bit first. On the vehicle, Death Machine close by. Spots the player in the back of the buggy. Not too sure what you're going on there, but either way, Amodi does get knocked. The rest of Death Machine now under threat in the missile silo, in the bunker. Nade finds Shero.
Yeah, it's some easy nades coming across there from Tixi, and another one.
What can you do? What can you do? Just getting bombarded out here. Talk about high explosives. Looking for a heal there as well. Tries to stand up and spray down, but it's not good. Na'Vi going to be able to roll this one down. Ultra is going to fall, and Death Machine eliminated. Na'Vi 12 now.
Fantastic distract there from Meku, sends straight past whilst the rest of the team are the ones to initiate. Now Matic looks over towards Take Aim Gaming, Unicorns of Love. They got Rocus there too. Is hitting those shots through the windows, threading the needle just a little bit.
Not quite able to get the knock just yet. Goes for another attempt. The heal did come through. Unicorns of Love in the meantime starting to make their move on in. Still as 4. They've got a difficult set of rotations to make past Take Aim Gaming. Game Lord potentially looking out their way as well. Moving up to those silos there. Rocus behind the tree, suppressing this road crossing position.
Hadj moves out. Just a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. 609 on Meku. And Flyke actually ending that game with 855 is still very impressive, considering that was very early on when that team did vacate. But 12 eliminations to 3, 3, 2, and 5. Goodness me, Na'Vi's been looking extremely strong. It's been squad wipe after squad wipe for them.
They just get to move down that hill, put everyone in danger. Ruthless holding a central spot on the south of the runway, I feel like could be a team that can challenge them right now if they can stand up to it. But Game Lord are suffering heavily further on the north side.
Yeah, it's very difficult now for them. Circle moves down. Kitsune instantly moves out towards that eastern side to try and find himself a spot that the rest of the team can regroup on top of. Ruthless Esports effectively taking out Arabian champions very, very well there, which looks good. You can see Na'Vi just slightly behind Pioneer. Pioneer aren't playing in this match. Na'Vi do take a knock. Matic actually sending up towards the northwest side, a little bit confused by that play. It does provide information back towards the rest of his teammates, but as for is when Na'Vi really shines, and losing a player like that feels a little bit lackadaisical to me.
And that's good news as well for Ruthless, because it means they can just continue to keep their heads down. Finally, Matic does get flushed out there, leaving Na'Vi at 3 on the south side. The circle does give them a little bit to play with, however. Ruthless will have to move from their central bunker, as they did control a lot of this airstrip, but not before they're going to try and take the fight with Game Lord, it seems.
Nade's going instantaneously, but Game Lord's just rocking up. And I don't know what Akashi was thinking there at all, but gets absolutely ruined on the roll-up. Too slow in the UAS. It's not something you typically go for. In the buggy, it's a little bit more simple. And now Robs, as well as Victor, stuck in a position where it's just open ground in front. They have to drop into the vehicle to get some speedy moves ahead of them. Maybe head over towards the silos, perhaps.
It's such open ground. They actually get some shots answered, and they're going straight on in. They want the fight. Immediately, Robs goes down. Victor tries to hop out on the switch side, but not going to be good. Game Lord will fall down. Ruthless Esports need that res to keep themselves as 4. Can Na'Vi take advantage of this chaos?
Na'Vi hits a nasty shot over towards Crypto, and that is going to stall the guys from Unicorns of Love for a little bit longer. VP want to get in on the action between Ruthless Esports and the just concluding fight between them as well as Game Lord. The only team currently with 4 players up and running. Nades go over the top, but they're a bit short here.
Ruthless getting that res. Excellent news. Manu wants to move up to the wall, but Unicorns of Love being on the same side as them, going to make that really, really tricky. VIRTUS.PRO won't make that easy as well. With the oversight from Na'Vi, it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. Oh boy, knocked again by Na'Vi. And the flush is visible there. Kitsune stays a little too long. Pocus sends shots out that way, and the flush goes to Ruthless either way.
Regardless of what they do here, though, Na'Vi, again, it's a greedy peak, but they have kept both these teams at bay for a little bit longer, both of them right on the edge of the blue, which means that moving is going to become the massive thing that they have to think about. And with them being so close to this circle, they're going to have to push themselves into quite a bad spot unless they've got a good plan ahead of them. Ulysses going down, as well as Manu on the double grenade.
Ooh.
VP brought themselves back into this one just about.
Unicorns of Love, though, on the right side of the road. All 4 of them there. If Ruthless go down, they can move forwards to play in the shadow of the tower. Sprays coming in. Poker spotted. Nice pop-up from Yankee. Salazar now last playing. As the shots come through to get the flush. Salazar moves forwards, gets the flush on his teammate as well. It's 1v1 around this wall side, and Unicorns of Love have the side swipe. Na'Vi have to make a move as well.
You'd imagine that Na'Vi's a bit more preoccupied with the guys from Unicorns of Love. Kitsune tries to make the mad dash across, but not quite enough here. Yankee's also watching this. Quick spin out on the vehicle. That is terrible news for Na'Vi.
Pixie tries to make the cross, but it's not going to happen. Na'Vi cut down. Unicorns of Love with it all to play for. One player stands in their way from both of the 2 remaining teams. Ruthless Esports with Salazar, VIRTUS.PRO with Yankee. And they have every angle that they could hope for. I think this is the Maxman prediction coming on in, Blank. Maybe he's finally broken the streak. The nades gonna send down the wall and continue to punish VIRTUS.PRO, continue to punish Ruthless Esports here. with all 4 of them alive, there's just no way that either of these players can stand up to them.
Yeah, Yankee has to keep backing off, but the amount of grenades that Unicorns of Love should have been able to hold on to, they've not been in any close quarters combat either. So for Yankee, this is just going to be bombardment, and it will all depend on how many meds he has left. Look at that, 0, just bandages. This is not enough to weather the storm coming through from Unicorns of Love. For Ruthless Esports, this is about 2nd place now.
What damage can be done to the team of Unicorns of Love? Yankee, as soon as he steps up, he goes down, and that's a nade. That's going to do it. Over the top now, just Salazar. I thought maybe he was going to try and pop up, get 1 or 2 knocks.
It's got
Salazar a chance. But yeah, it's rough. And Unicorns of Love control everything that they could ask for. Crypto goes in, sends it out wide, call him the Drift King. He drifts straight onto Salazar, takes him down, and Unicorns of Love control the airfield on the south side of Erangel.
I mean, Crypto, we're here in Tokyo as well, apparently, with that play towards the end, immediately drops out and gets the instant shot. It's beautiful stuff overall. And Unicorns of Love, again, we talked about earlier, that split they were holding. You said you didn't like it. I kind of liked it myself, to be honest with you. They played it before. I mean, they were holding it on the high ground earlier on in the tournament. They didn't quite work out as they made a poor push towards TJB. This time, they have much more refined their Sosnovka play, and it's been a while since we've seen one. But again, that's the victory coming through. They will get a huge amount of eliminations, but they are able to secure that win, and that's something that Unicorns of Love are good at doing. It's slow and steady, but it wins the race at the end of the day. Again, though, Na'Vi on a tear, but it's these weird and wacky off angles and scouts that they take which are strange to me, especially in these later circles. I think when they have more space to play around with in the early game, John, I'm totally all for it, taking those crazy moves out. But when you're this far into the game as 4 with a very, very good spot in the circle, Matic's play feels a little bit out of character for me.
I feel like maybe they thought that that position was clear. They maybe thought that they scouted it or something and tried to sail past VIRTUS.PRO, but it just didn't work in the end, right? For Na'Vi, they left them at 3, and it really cut their power when it came to making that final push.
Again, it's weird because, you know, you wouldn't send up that way if you thought it was scouted, because the rest of the team was sending south anyway in that situation. I think that was a scout coming through from Matic, but I think it was an unnecessary one in that situation where you could get the lineup on the trees. If they had more angles, perhaps they could have dealt with Unicorns of Love, sending a couple of players across and having 2 players in the backstop.
Not only did Jason do the worst on the predictions there, but Maxman breaks the streak and gets rid of the curse. Finally, I'm happy. Over to you guys on the desk.
Well, Max, are you happy? 2 predictions correct today.
I'm over the moon right now. I didn't even believe I was going to get anything right, but it's worked out. And you got no predictions correct today, Jason. So I'm feeling even better. That's like an even better success for me. So good job.
I mean, I'm letting you catch up.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's going to take a while. It'll probably give you like a good another whole phase to probably catch up to us. But honestly, that match was ridiculous, though. As we were talking and watching the match, I mean, we heard Blank talking about Na'Vi and obviously Matic in particular, but Na'Vi really put the heat on everyone in this lobby. They had like 12 limbs, and that's when we like just predicted at 16 minutes. Like, it was ridiculous.
I was hoping maybe I'd get a few more Southern shifts, but it wasn't to be the case. And I do have to echo Blank's sentiments regarding the kind of move that Matic made. It's, for me, when I see these kinds of finishes, it is textbook that there's going to be a team lying down on that wall. It's one of the safest spots to take as long as you've got like cars positioned as cover to cover you from another team way down the way on another part of the wall. People take those spots, so you shouldn't just be sending straight through it. But I mean, overall, they did a lot of work anyway. Getting 20 points on the board without being on a podium position, that's huge for Na'Vi anyway.
And their push on Death Machine was textbook. The way they just get the nades, okay, we've got 2 knocks, boom, send on the final player in the car just, and get what is relatively the strongest position in the South at that time. It was, as Ronnie mentioned, textbook from Na'Vi, so really good presence there, 12 eliminations on the board. But my prediction got it, and that's all I care about there. Really good split overall from Unicorns of Love, keeping information, tabs on teams up north and also south of the roadside, getting all the intel in the world, and then when they have the numbers, just go for the push and take the win.
I mean, I was also happy to see Ruthless that high up too. Again, I think there's been a lot of like questions about their position currently within the overall leaderboards and if it's something they can maintain, because it's not what we saw them do when it came to last season when they started to show up. But we're starting to see you know, more and more consistency here, Kalaris, and it's actually making me really happy for them.
Yeah, I'll use more cliches. You know, they were putting on a clinic. It was surgical near those planes here in military. Actually, no, memes aside, they hold down the plane position, kind of where all those craters are, etc., and things like that, very, very well for them, did Ruthless. It's just a little bit of a shame that as the circles move away from them, then they kind of are caught in between the positions of the great lines of sight that Unicorns of Love have, and also, bye-bye, where VIRTUS.PRO is alongside the wall. Just in general, this area is extremely hard to play. It's very flat. You saw that with, unfortunately for them, Game Lord trying to make transitions, right, Jason? Technically, Radio Tower is a great spot if the circle comes to you. If it's not, you cannot transition from there. It's so difficult.
I'm just not allowed to pick any CIS teams. That's why.
Right. Oh, okay.
I used up all my picks yesterday, and I think that's why I have to go for them. But honestly, I mean, this is basically a Na'Vi highlight reel so far from what I've seen. A couple of Game Lord clips in there once in a while as well. But, you know, the military zone shift, I don't know if you want to go into that, Max, but, you know, you guys were both talking about how this has been a very uneventful and very easy shift with so many teams left alive and not too much chaos happening.
I would say a good kind of uneventful kind of rotation, because normally when we have these very early circles, we know it's going to go on Sanhok Island, it can get a little bit messy, a little bit icky on those rotations across those bridges. But
say icky?
Icky, yeah. I don't know. That just came out. It just blurted out. But yeah, they had that really good rotation, a lot of the teams. And actually we had, I think every single squad actually survived the first 2 phases and actually were able to make it to Sanhok Island. So it seems like when it comes to these specific islands, despite being rare finishes, teams have been able to adapt a little bit better to the lobby to make sure they can cross 100% accuracy. So yeah, good on the teams. I think there's definitely some improvements from, like, not only a few of the top teams, but every team seems to have improved from phase 1 into phase 2, and it's always great to see.
Okay, well, you know what? Advancing from that into our next little talking point, Unicorns of Love and their player stats. Crypto, typically the man we look towards when it comes to Unicorns of Love and the mad fragging power he can put up. And yes, he did put up the most on his team. However, it's really good, I think, for the success of Unicorns of Love to see Icy be able to keep up with him, because we know how big of a player Icy can be.
Yeah, Icy being an absolute tank, an absolute unit. Look at, you know, the 0 damage taken there. He was not getting involved whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, you're not surprised also to see such low damage, because they just were one of the only few teams entering from the eastern side. And I did like how they were having these 2 angles, making sure they can adapt pretty much on every circle that's going to come up. If it goes to melee, then they can go for the northern rotate. If it goes south, they already have 2 players down there, so they can also facilitate that rotation. But yeah, I mean, Crypto's up there, and as you said, Jason, it's good to see Icy up there, but I want to see it happen more often. I just don't want it to be a one-off for him.
And they're good at controlling these bunker positions near military. We saw them get a win on Military Island as the circle advanced east of them from similar positions. So to see that they have strong mastery over the military base and how to transition through it is pretty impressive, because it's not easy terrain to traverse. So I'm very impressed by Unicorns here.
I completely messed up my hand motion when I switched from left to right hand. Na'Vi, let's see their player stats. Let's not talk about me anymore. Let's see who was fragging out for them, because we only have a little bit of time left until we get into our next match. Please, production, say we thank you. Tixie, 777, the lucky number coming out of it.
Yeah, and actually, in today's episode of Is It Shinigami or Is It Baka? I think, you know, Navi's got to hit the Shinigami, I suppose, right, Max? They were absolutely blasting in this one. What do you think about that, Max?
Oh, very Shinigami-esque.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you got to say?
Yeah, that's all. That's what you're going to have with me, Kalaris. I'm not.
I was hoping for a little bit more there. No?
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Okay.
Oh, it's not.
Dr. Bayo. All right, gotcha. What about Na'Vi up against Ruthless in a quick little head-to-head here? Because, again, we have to focus on all those teams at the top who had 10 or plus eliminations. And Ruthless actually out-damaging them, albeit just a little bit, but the assist is what really blows my mind.
Yeah, I think this head-to-head is very interesting, because it's 2 completely opposite playstyles on these 2 teams. You have Na'Vi fighting for their position right, consistently pushing, taking a fight versus MADBULLS, taking a fight afterwards versus Death Machine, then pushing a little bit onto VP Spotlight. They are actively pushing away from the edge, trying to get good spot at every single shift. And then you have Ruthless, just dead center, have some elevation compared to all of the other teams do not have that, and just basically playing a completely different game, which is everything that moves, you shoot down. So 2 playstyles that worked out great for these 2 teams in particular, and that shows that when they have the chance to frag out, they can really, really put on the show for us.
See, that's what kind of is crazy to me, is think of Ruthless as like strong fraggers, thinking back to UDR Killer days and such. Like they were never a team in my head that could pull off, 10 plus elimination games consistently. But maybe the addition of Manu to the team and a little bit of a switch up in maybe strategy as well has been helping elevate them to that next level. But again, my focus is still going to be on, can they maintain this? Can they continue to do it? Because I'm still not going to be a believer until I can see them in finals performing like this as well. We are going to be headed into our fourth match here in just a few seconds over to Miramar for our last time of the day. But we still have, I believe, another Sanhok and of course a Livik to come up. Now, Max, since you're so cocky today about your predictions, you have to give your prediction right now.
Whoa.
You can't change it at 16 minutes. Actually, sorry. You can change it at 16 minutes. However, if you get the prediction right and you stick with it, I will give you 2 points.
Okay, MADBULLS.
I mean, I love how production's going to completely ignore your request here, but yeah, valiant.
Well, I love how MADBULLS aren't playing this match, so Max, you kind of already screwed yourself. Let's throw over to our comment. No, they probably are.
They are playing.
Just messing with you, just trying to scare you. Let's throw over to our commentators. I'm going to kick off our fourth match of the day.
I don't know what Jason's doing there. He's just salty that he's not been getting them right today. It's all turned over on its head.
Yeah, demo Kalaris to Jason wa Obakomano. Daijoubu, Max, daijoubu. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. But we're going to get straight into our game here and kick it off strong as we head into our fourth game of the match, which is going to be Miramar here, and see if Pioneers can pick themselves up another chicken dinner, which I would be more than happy to see.
I was so confused. I was like, why do I not understand what he's saying? I was like, no, what's going on? Am I okay? And then I was like, hang on a minute. He's doing an anime. That's what he's doing. He's doing anime things.
The guys on the desk are starting to really, they're scratching something, and I'm not liking it at all.
Sure, let's go with that. Either way, MADBULLS will be playing in this game. I'll tell you who else is playing in this game. Blank. It's Death Machine. I'll tell you who else is playing in this game. It's ARB.
Anyway, I want to see potentially a better game here from, I was going to say Na'Vi. I want to see a chicken dinner from Na'Vi, not a better game. They are a great team. However, there is some squiffy plays going on right now towards the end game, which is a little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit too much control that they're trying to take. And you know what? They could learn from the team from Pioneer in a way. And then in terms of giving up control, because I think they are a team that just fires on all cylinders all the time. But I do think that you need to ease off on the accelerator sometimes and, bring it up to a reasonable pace that you can keep going towards the end. Otherwise, your engine's going to start sputtering and you are going to spin out towards those final moments. Goodness me, I'm so glad we're not on it, but I know that we are soon going to switch over.
We don't have to talk about it. It's fine. Oh, okay. Well, the ARB can get the res here, and they're going to fight. If you haven't been following the PMPL Western EU, we don't just really hate people playing the game and fighting. This engagement has been happening every single time that both of these teams drop in Miramar. Every single time, they both go Picardo, and one of them dies, the other team loses 1 or 2 players, and it's just bad for everyone.
No one likes this. This is...
Everybody dislikes this.
One of the most disliked things I've seen in a while. It is stubborn. And I can only use that word so many times, so let's drop an obstinate in there as well, because I just cannot stand this. And I think that it's fair play that they want to win out in Picardo, but at some point you do just have to maybe leave and head somewhere else. There are multiple areas around this map that are free for these teams to play in, but they just refuse to every single time. And I don't think there is a value of getting 4 eliminations every single game as there is to, potentially getting 5 to 6 on a more consistent basis. Because remember, one of these teams has to leave and has to get eliminated if it's to happen. So one of them is going down to 0 eliminations. So it's less like 4 eliminations per game on average and more like 2 eliminations per game on average that you play Miramar because of this.
Yeah, it's not good is the summary there. And I think it is a matter of inflexibility. Like, do they just not have any other drop spots, or like what's going on there? It's odd. And Ruthless fully read into this. Shockwave kind of do a similar thing sometimes, but Shockwave this time dropping straight over onto Impala on top of XTEAM. In the meantime, I just want to highlight something as well, Blank. This is the last game of Phase 2 for 4 teams, right? The entirety of Group A will not be playing in the 5th game of the day. That's MADBULLS, Na'Vi, MUERTE, and XTEAM. So this is the last game of Phase 2, most likely for XTEAM, as they have really not been putting up those points. Currently sat dead last, 68 points. 1 point behind Death Machine on 69, but Death Machine have already lost a player, and if they lose this engagement, they might see themselves down into last. Either way, unlikely that we're going to see them in the Livik game that we have coming up is game number 6. But for Na'Vi, for MADBULLS, and for MUERTE, this is their last chance to put up points at the top of the tables, Blank, right? So Na'Vi 260, MUERTE 251, MADBULLS slipping down to 244 as well. But they are all within striking distance. Maybe MADBULLS less so for PIONER at the top spot in 267.
And they're really leading with that massively as well, right? So it is huge. But for these teams down here in Picardo, you know, you're just ending your streak here in Phase 2 quite poorly. And again, just looking at that push we saw from Arabian Champions straight up the stairs into a very similar push that they have lost last game as well.
Another player goes down, and it's just going to keep happening. I think we've said all we can say about how we feel about this, but...
Yeah, because both teams are very similar in terms of skill level, and it's not amazing when it comes to mechanical skill or macro, but it gets the job done. But in the same vein, these fights take so long and are so drawn out that it often just doesn't work out well for anybody.
If production can hear me, do you think it's possible to get the average score of either Death Machine or ARB, or in fact both, once this fight concludes, on Miramar specifically? Because I feel like it would be quite revealing to show both of these two teams' stats specifically on Miramar. And you've got to imagine, as you were saying, an average of 2 based on the engagement, and then potential to go forwards and earn a couple more points as well. So maybe you can bump that average up to, what, like 4 points on average every Miramar? Either way, it's not ideal.
But you are limiting yourself every single time, because more often than not, one of these teams that is prevailing in the engagements loses 1 or 2 players, so you're not going to get very far from there anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So ALB have lost a player there, and finally do manage to take down Death Machine. But Jamal's going down 3 players. Firepower limited. Circle goes up to the north, towards Na'Vi, towards Unicorns of Love, towards Game Lord, TJB. The players all the way up on that north side. They're the teams that are going to have to rotate a little bit less, and so can loot a little bit more effectively. Still looking at this XTEAM Shockwave engagement, though. This is the first time we've seen the hot drop over in Impala.
I think we have seen a similar engagement between XTEAM and Shockwave before, if I remember correctly, but I do think that it has been further into Impala a little bit, so they actually have been finding most of the time XTEAM losing to Shockwave here. Whereas it's a very similar engagement to Arabian Champions, as well as the guys from Death Machine, where both teams are a little bit slower in terms of their approach, but XTEAM do generally lose this engagement, so they're happy to just send themselves out of the lobby, and that's their last game of the day now. They won't be seeing us here in Livik, as they are too far down the rankings, and it is that 12... You need to be in 12th place and upwards to find your way into that. Nightmare doing extremely good work here versus the players from XTEAM, taking out 2-all and is lonesome. And that'll be them out. Look towards the northern side of the map, though, because it is a very heavy northern shift on the circle. Unicorns of Love happy with this one. Don't have to make too much of a rotation this time from Tora Ahamada. Though sometimes that does work out well for them, because they get a huge amount of space to play around with on the edge of the circle down towards the south. And now they have to be a little bit more aggressive. So it's a change-up of gameplay for them.
It is a little change, you're right. XTEAM going down there leaves them dead last. They will be finishing 20th again. It's the 2nd phase in a row they'll be finishing in 20th. Not good, to say the least. A lot of the points that are towards the top of the tables, which is causing this really close clump. You can see at the top of the screen how close everybody is in terms of points towards the top of the table. They've been carved out from the lower ends of the table, which means that the ramp up to 12th place is fairly accessible for quite a few teams in those middling packs, but there is a little bit of a drop-off after QODEX in 12th right now, which should see them fairly safe. So it feels like we might already have our 12 teams, because Take Aim Gaming, 132, 13th place right now. QODEX, 158 in 12th place. So that is a drop-off fairly significantly of 26 points, right? So unless Take Aim Gaming can get a real big game here, and then QODEX still have one more to play as well, so they can sort of start to level that out, it's unlikely that we're going to see too many changes for the top 12.
Yeah, it is super interesting just looking at those results in total, John, and where they drop off so massively. Again, Game Lord there in 12th place. Like you said, Take Aim Gamer would have to have very strong map, and Game Lord would have to have a weak map here over in Miramar. We know that, you know, water treatment, this area is where they do find some of their success, although it is one of those games where they do play it extremely peacefully. TJB have spotted at least one player from Na'Vi as they make their approach up towards the top side to regroup with Kitsune there. Don't find much damage whatsoever onto the UAs. It does protect the drive quite well.
Got a lot of cover if you find it on the pickup. TJB not really going aggressive, and I feel like you kind of don't want to with the circle this far north. The circle shifts again very far north towards Oasis Blank. I don't think I've ever seen a circle finish there.
I think it would be the first time in quite a while that we've seen a circle finish in Oasis, and it would be cool to see. Na'Vi's already sending players up towards that north side, obviously starting in La Cobradia. They moved up very, very early on, even with the playing path being quite far down towards the south side regardless. This gives them time to regroup. Again, it's these slight splits that are going to come into effect. They do luckily spot out Akashi there from Game Lord and will send off to the right-hand side. So very, very quick reactions coming through from Na'Vi to send themselves into a spot where they can be safe. Unicorns of Love versus Take Aim Gaming. This is not a fight that they want to lose, especially being so close to the northern side of the circle where they can take precedent.
Unicorns of Love already taking Crypto as a knock as well is far from ideal. Mind does go down as well. Very effective on the previous Miramar engagement that we saw, doing a lot of work. 7 eliminations in that previous game. Taking down VP single-handedly with a Molotov. It's good news. Gonzo gets himself picked up though, unfortunately, and that should be a flush for Take Aim Gaming. Toffee's going up wide and off angle. Gonzo does have smokes to protect him for now, but you can't imagine that that is going to last too long. As Icy really going to struggle to protect here with 3 players on that ridge line. Sends out and gets that spray, gets the flush there. Take Aim Gaming starting to circle. Icy, top floor of the building. Can maybe hold something out as they lose Gonzo fully. Nade through the window. Icy takes a bit of damage there, unfortunately. Rocus sprays over towards Toffees, but he's away behind the headland.
Yeah, tossing the nade in the window actually just bounces off the frame slightly, just because that window's not broken already. And I think that, you know, it's tough for Icy there because sometimes that nade can be good, sometimes it's not so great, and even breaking that window there would have revealed the position, so he has to take his chance with it.
TJB scuffling with Eastern Stars on the east side on a ridge line of their own. This is southwest of the current Unicorns Take Aim Gaming engagement. So potential for the team that wins over there to be a problem in the future for the winning team here. Take Aim Gaming disengaging. They don't want to go for this push. They don't want to lose any more players. I think that's fair.
It's been a bit erratic, though, from Take Aim Gaming, right? Yes, they got ahead, specifically with Unicorns of Love being trapped in the building there, so they can move forward. That might be an engagement that comes to bear later. GK first, though, sorting things out over here versus the Eastern Stars. This guy is just tricksy sometimes. He can be extremely good as a fragger, sometimes not so great at all. Athis moves up to the side to provide some information across to find out when he's peeking, so Bazzi can be prepared for it. But with the Scar and the Mini, there's a little bit output there by GK first. Just with the range distances, he can hit some extremely good shots with that M4 at that distance. So I would imagine Bazzi would need to be a bit further away for that Mini 14 to be effective.
The circle shifts out westward. Very, very hard shift out west. Not going to be an Oasis finish blank, but La Cobreria is in all the way on the far west of it. Don't imagine we'll see too many teams go straight in there as a first choice, but you could see teams like Pioneer potentially looking at it as a last resort, as they are all the way out on the south side.
Yeah, still a long way to go for Pioneer. Obviously dropping down towards Chumacera. It's a long rotate for them up towards the northern side to get to water treatment. And MUERTE's in front of them. You said that was their last game of today, so putting up some big points here for phase 2 to ensure that they can get themselves a little bit more of a lead over towards Livik to pump up their points leading into the finals would be nice for them. And so far today, it has been good. Pioneer lose 1 on the back line to Havlik, and Black White's over in the front. But Nexus have taken a few knocks of their own. Havlik's just trying to cross as best he can into cover. Just Doran left alive, does get Redox back up, but that most likely will be Pioneer dropping down to just 2 players.
It's unfortunate, but this is good news for Na'Vi in second place right now in the overalls. This is their last game. Pioneer still have 1 more to play after this, and obviously the Livik is still to come as well. So if Na'Vi can streak out in this game, get a big result here, Pioneer are going to have that challenge laid for them, right? Because if they go down early, only the 1 or 2 points, Na'Vi can get... We've seen them get strong games. You said you wanted to see them get a chicken dinner. They can get a 20-point game here easily, jump up and put the pressure on Pioneer for that last game to bring them a little bit more level into the Livik.
Yeah, and for Pioneer, like a 10-pointer would be nice for them coming into this match, but with just 2 players to try and break that average, it's going to be difficult, and I think it's going to require them getting very, very late into the game. MADBULLS set themselves off on the 2 peaks towards the south side, looking down towards the road and towards the south. MUERTE might be a little bit put out by this, but it is Pioneer who find themselves a small compound to play around with. Should have seen the crossing.
Hopefully. Predictions will be coming in fairly soon. I believe they get put in around 15.5, 16 minutes, something like that. So we're waiting still for the next circle to pop before we see those predictions come through. And then our analysts will make their choice. They will pin the tail on the proverbial donkey. Although I think there's a little bit more than that sort of guesswork going on. TJB trapped outside the MADBULLS right now, who hold a fairly solid position, high ground, compound. Next circle pops away from them though, and they're going to have to regroup as not just a 2-2. They have to go down the dip and back over towards Monkey and Skills.
Yeah, it's been an interesting couple of circles here. We've had the north circle into the further north circle, into the western circle, now down towards the south side. So it has been ping-ponging a little bit, and it's quite difficult to find a read directly on the circle where we want to play. Unicorns Love all the way on the northern side. They made that northern rotate over inside the blue. Now looking to try and take down the remnants of TakeAim Gaming, who have been harassing them at every single corner. Crypto takes his chances though, doesn't actually fully commit to the first aid kit and spots the player and instead will just take the spray. He's confident that way.
Spray down over the Toffees. Yeah, they have fully dipped from that. That will be a flush going through. Crypto picks it up nice and easy, but the times to come, these rotations yet to be unfolding, will be a trial to be sure for Unicorns of Love, because they have to move all the way south. Na'Vi regrouped into 1 compound. I imagine they're going to try and burst through on that south push as well. Ruthless will be the first to face that.
Ruthless doesn't have the most major amount of sightlines towards that northern side, but they can certainly hold out any team that's taken that very typical crossing over the road. Bazzi should be first on the target there for them.
Severely diminished in power, the Eastern Stars. And their final player might meet their final rest pretty soon if they're playing risky. But the double prediction for MADBULLS from Jason and Maxman, that's on the east high ground. Kalaris, though, sticking with Ruthless on that northern hold. See if they can hold out there. There's not too many teams that can really challenge them. If they can hold off Na'Vi, then they're a lot safer.
Yeah, it's a great spot just purely because it does give them access to the top of crater fields. You got to remember with this circle, you can't quite see it on your screens, but there is a big amount of crater fields still in this one, which cuts around about 20% of the circle out, which is very rough to play around with, especially this late into the game. But should it shift down towards the south side, Ruthless Esports have the vehicles to head up towards the high ground, to head up towards that compound that's just on the north side of the crater fields, which would not be a bad play whatsoever.
As he smokes out the hut. The MADBULLS move in to start to pinch the high ground. Game Lord now really going to struggle this rotation with Effect in position now. Na'Vi are going to suffer. Game Lord are going to suffer. Everybody in this north side is really going to have their work cut out for them. Tixi doesn't go down to Robs, as Robs cannot push far forwards here. Will get broadsided. Will get backstabbed as the MADBULLS take it on.
Such a strong position from them as well. It is right on the edge though, and that is the biggest issue. And when they do peek over the top, they will be spotted. So coming down from here is going to be difficult for them. I think that's the main issue that we're looking at MADBULLS at the moment. Ruthless Esports, on the other hand, they will have to deal with a lot of teams coming from the north. Yes, they have a really good spot in the circle, but it does all hinge on that point of being able to fight off against a lot of these teams that will be trying to take their position. That is a nasty shift on the circle, heads down towards Crater Field, and this time, Crater Fields is picking up 50% of the circle. So Ruthless Esports, now is the time to make that push up towards the compound, all the way on the western side of the circle.
MADBULLS have had the tables turned on them. They've had such power in this high ground, but the descent from it is so open, and everybody's already looking their way. Na'Vi are still up at 4. It seems like the brunt was borne by the Game Lord on that northern side. Now everybody's going to have to move south. Nexus not fanning out over the Crater Field's lip. Not just yet. They want to stay clumped up.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Nexus now to start making a move over towards that side purely because of the position they're in. A lot of teams will spot them as they start to crest over the ridge, so they kind of have to play in Crater Fields instead. Unicorns of Love trying to make their way around the compound that Ruthless Esports were able to take, and that's just because they had the vehicle still in hand, hiding them in the compound. So again, what I was talking about earlier comes into play.
Na'Vi, they managed to get a player forward very fast onto the ridgeline. MADBULLS are there for the rest of the team of Na'Vi, but they're all going to have to move south. There's an off angle as well, and this is going to be tricky for MADBULLS to move forwards. Everybody moving in now as Game Lord make the mad dash for it as well. Meku on the top of the hill leaves MADBULLS going for this res. The nades are there, and Na'Vi disengage. They want to regroup. They want the position more than they want the eliminations on MADBULLS.
This is poor from Ruthless Esports. They are still failing against these two players from Unicorns of Love. Just Icy remains now, but a player on bended knee from Ruthless does mean that Na'Vi can now move up to potentially challenge this spot at the compound. This is still ongoing between Unicorns of Love and Ruthless, and they'd hope this would conclude a much quicker.
Oh, MADBULLS getting shot out by Game Lord here. Ruthless were the prediction from Calaris. MADBULLS for the other two. The MADBULLS really struggling now on these northern pushes. Ruthless not holding them out. Skills, Summits tries to get over this ridgeline, but there's so many teams looking their way. Kitsune trying to clamber on up, but Ulysses is not controlling this angle. Na'Vi have been allowed so much on this side of, on this bank of the hill down from Crater Fields.
It's very hard for Ulysses to peek out here, purely with the amount of teams that will be looking up towards that position on the high ground. So just has to hope that a lot of teams will be fighting one another on the ridge. So when they do peek out, that's when Ulysses can start to take fights, because there is a slight bit of sight line that they can play around with. There's some nice shots from Rob to eliminate a lot of the push coming through from MADBULLS. Arabian Champions actually managed to go quite far here. Na'Vi with Meku putting the stopper on the final players there from Game Lord. Ruthless have to move down towards the southeast, unfortunately for them, and Nexus and MUERTE, they found position.
Ooh, ARB with the backstab with the third party, not quite finding Tixi, but the blue zone will very, very shortly. Tixi can get back to cover. Pioneer is still alive, by the way, Blank, which means that Na'Vi's run for the top is made all the harder. Both proverbially and literally, because they have to still get up and past this high ground from Ruthless Esports.
Again, with just the 3 players that they're sporting, Ulysses took damage there, so his position is now known. Arabian champion, surprisingly, ain't quite far in this game, proved me fairly wrong. MUERTE in a tough spot. This is the problem with playing down towards this side of the map, is there's absolutely no cover. It's just a barren wasteland over here, just the complete hill that walks down with no cover, no ditches, nothing to play around with. You really have to work with what you've got.
Ruthless is really the big stopping point for Na'Vi right now. If they weren't there, they could move up to this ridge line and contend with MUERTE properly, and NEXUS as well, who've been very, very quiet.
The fact that Pocus gets knocked again by the players from Unicorns are love. They should have dealt with this team much, much earlier. And now this gives time for Na'Vi to move towards the top side.
This is the move they've been wanting to make for so long. Ulysses goes down as well. Na'Vi on the swivel, spinning about, landing shots wherever they need to. There's two players from Unicorns Love who could prove to be troublesome though, and maybe more than Na'Vi bargained for. Tixi down, but answered beautifully by Kitsune. Tixi stays alive. Icy is flushed out. They can get this res, but it slows them down. This is a chance for Ruthless to try and get back in. No, they are taken down fully actually. But Pioneer's still going. Solo for Black-White.
Yeah, Rocus looking to maybe pick up Icy, but it's very unlikely here. For him, it's now just a case of survival. Icy now flushed. Rocus moving the top, but spotted quite easily by Na'Vi. 11 eliminations, so big games all around. And this is where they can start to sweep over towards MUERTE's position. Black-White might be a little bit of an issue for them, might be able to get at least one elim, and that might break the doors open for a team like MUERTE or NEXUS to finish them off.
Oh, that's a good nade, right on the target. Unfortunately, it didn't find too much more. Pioneer go down, but in 4th place, Black, with 2 eliminations. That's a 10-point game. That's what they said they wanted to get. They still have a game in hand against Na'Vi. It's good news. It's good news. What a way to finish the main set. Still the Livik to go, but Na'Vi have got a lot of power. As MUERTE struggling, Na'Vi can start to fan out as NEXUS are hampered by this position.
Yeah, MUERTE's just left Baron here. No more smokes left in the pocket, and nades just keep coming over the top. There's a potential for Na'Vi even to pick up some of these eliminations for their own, but Doran still going strong, looking for that MVP position.
Oh, he gets that Iev there. Tixi pinches that one away. And the nades over the top seal the other two. Now, Na'Vi 4 versus NEXUS 3. NEXUS have been shifted towards and towards and towards. Na'Vi with 13 eliminations. The opposite story. The damage is evident on the armor. On the utility, Meku has nothing in the pocket.
Yeah, they've been fighting all game here. The last line of defense would have been the fact they're able to get up towards the top side whilst NEXUS were preoccupied with sending the nades down towards the guys from MUERTE, but there's a quick reposition from Redox and Octavian. Hopefully keep this one going. Tixi goes down, but there is a refrag. That's the main thing.
Matic able to put the nade where it's needed. And another one being cooked on up as well towards Doran in the smoke. That's on the money. Is it going to find the damage? A little bit long on the cook there, but the shots over the top from Kitsune are good. Meku goes down in the meantime. Now it's Octavian to try and stand up. Did get the res, so there's 2 barrels pointed his way. Needs to be careful. The res going off in the backlines. Kitsune doesn't want to risk it. Tixi's now into the fight again, and there's one more player from NEXUS as there is a final knock, but NEXUS can't hold off against the thunder that is Na'Vi. The CIS team close out the set with the chicken dinner they've been chasing all day.
15 eliminations, I think, at the end there. Maybe even 16, which will bring them up to a 31-point total, which is absolutely massive on the game for Na'Vi. And I wanted to see that chicken dinner. It came through there. But I do think that Ruthless dropped the ball massively on that game. That really shouldn't have happened. Versus the 3 from Unicorns of Love, one of them got taken down on the side swipe as he was crossing. And it was just 2 players, and they were just swamped down by those 2 lads in Rocus and Icy. Kept causing problems for Ruthless, weren't able to tie their attention towards the teams which were the real threat in that game. And I think even setting up on that western side, allowing them to quickly cross that compound on Crater Fields was an incredible setup from Ruthless. They knew exactly what they needed to do, yet weren't able to execute it out at the end. In the meantime, Na'Vi, with barely anything to work around with, just take every opportunity they can, taking high ground, watching for fights when they happen. You can see they only got 1 elimination on down towards MUERTE when they were knocked on the floor, because they were much more preoccupied with getting to the high ground to try and cut off the players from NEXUS who were fighting down towards MUERTE. It's a really cool play. It's a really, really well thought out move, and that is why Na'Vi wins games and gets so many eliminations.
They are the archetypal sweeping team. They have so many eliminations just from today's games. They close it out well. Can they hold that top spot before we go into Livik? We'll have to go to the next match to find out, but before that, we have to go over to the desk.
Honestly, Na'Vi are just on a completely different level, and because of that, Claris has come up with a little jingle about Na'Vi. If you'd like to sing that for us, please.
Na'Vi, yeah, you're the best. You can... No, I don't. I had nothing prepared. Jason's thrown this on me in the moment.
That is definitely not the jingle he made up, but you know what? Maybe we'll get it out of him a little bit later on. But they are just showing like they are the most dominant team here again. I feel like when they win, they are winning so heavily handedly, and even when they lose, in general, they're still putting up ridiculous numbers. This team, I mean, this has got to be the team that can take on the best of the best.
Yeah, this is the team, Jason. Yeah, this is the team. But
oh, it is? Is it confirmed?
No, we'll have to see. But right now, they're all looking like the team. But just like last game, right? They had to fight for their positions every single time. And they go for the push on Game Lord at one point. They push Ruthless away from their specific compound, and they push Ruthless later on down the line. Yeah, a team that even has the worst circles, like Kalaris, you brought it up a few times in this game. They had the worst circle lock towards the end. They had to go such a long way to get to that high ground position, and yet they come out on top as a four-man crew more than anything, and are able to just dominate. So yeah, Na'Vi, no matter what you throw at them, they'll make something work, and that is why this is a team that looks so consistent in the second phase.
They're the one team, the one constant in this overall league right now that it doesn't have to truly rely on the idea of the circle coming to them. They will fight towards the circles, and unfortunately for the other teams, I would say 8 times out of 10, they're gonna win those fights. They are very, very superior when it comes to these edge fights, moving forwards, being able to take these situations in their stride, and it's a bit terrifying, to be honest, because let's look at the last game as well. If that one had converted, if the circle had been a little bit more lenient towards them, having to push through a massive swath of land, then that would have potentially been a back-to-back. Navi's on a tear, as you say.
I do want to ask about something, though, because Max, you were kind of screaming this when we were watching. When NEXUS kind of came off the hill to finish off, I believe that was to MUERTE, you were kind of unhappy with them giving up that position to Na'Vi directly.
I was a bit scared when I saw Doran just running down to get rid of some of the players of, I think it was MUERTE, right on the lower side there. They got some fantastic nades. Great from Doran. He got a double nade at one point. Amazing. But the fact that they just started leaving that spot and there was a Na'Vi slowly closing that gap to take more space as possible on that high ground position, it was a little bit scary. Luckily enough, the fight did close off very quickly, but if it took, I don't know, 5-10 seconds longer for him to finish that fight for MUERTE, Na'Vi take even more control, and then it's just the easiest fight Na'Vi has ever taken. So it was a scary spot, but at least the fight didn't go that long, so they could at least get back to that decent spot at the end.
I feel there may have been a world where they'd used a lot of their utility clearing out MUERTE and then having nothing left to take this fight against Na'Vi, in which case, in the ultra late game, in a lot of moments, utility is king. If you don't have any nades left to be able to take that fight, then maybe they felt pressured to go down, collect that utility, and then continue that fight. But yeah, in that small window of time, not easy to do.
Okay, well, let's maybe take a look at Na'Vi's stats here. We talked about Tixi being the standout earlier on when we checked in on them last match. It's going to be Matic this time. And it's not very often I feel like we see Matic. Actually, I can't even say that with confidence necessarily that he's normally the top player, but able to put down almost 1,000 damage, 5 of limbs, and then even Tixi with 6. Like Kitsune, he looks happy in that picture, and he's probably happy as well with how his team's doing.
Yeah, I just take a little sneaky look right now also on the MVP rankings of the day. Top 3 players, all Na'Vi. So that just speaks for itself, really. Meku's in first, Tixi's in second, Matic is in third currently. Yeah, it's a tear, and I still do believe in a Tixi supremacy. It is real, it is there. And yeah, Tixi's just on a tear with the team. They're just not slowing down anytime soon.
I feel like we're in the past couple of days especially, we're in the CIS Wheel of Fortune. Spin the wheel and which CIS team will do extremely well in this game. And it's just...
all the things on the wheel is CIS.
Yeah, yeah, they're just constantly on rotation. It's like, oh, look, this team did brilliantly this game. Oh, this team did brilliantly next time. It is becoming oppressive, I feel, for the other teams.
Yeah. And also to add on top of, like, for example, for Na'Vi, they had a bad day, what was it? I think it was yesterday, right, where we didn't see too much of them. Even when they have just one bad day that happens to every team, boom, the next day, okay, they're back in a full swing. So it's just, even when they have a bad day, it's just, you can't expect them to be back eventually at some point in time.
Well, let's actually look at their stats today on average, because I'm kind of curious to see, with the matches they played, how ridiculous their numbers are going to be. An 1,800 average damage and 9 average eliminations, that's That's good. That's decent. It's all right.
That's a high average damage, I'll tell you that much. And again, you know, it comes back to the fact that these guys, when you put them in a 4v4, and even when they're having to rotate against difficult circles, they take these edge fights, and they're really damn good at doing so. So I wouldn't want to be in Na'Vi's way when it comes to them having to chase a circle, never mind being in the middle of one holding down a position.
Yeah, and they're not even going to be playing the next match, right? Because they already played all 4 today. They're just going to be playing the last Livik one, which is like almost, well, it's not even almost, it's 100% sure they're going to be playing that Livik match. So yeah, I mean, 9 average on the day, and potentially could even increase it heading over into Livik could be interesting. But yeah, Na'Vi are just... the question is, who can stop Na'Vi right now? No one except themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we do have a little bit of time. I actually want to take a look at overall standings because, again, it's about the top 12 get into our special match at the end of the day, which is coming up extremely quickly since we only have 1 match left to go. And I'm curious to see what teams will be qualifying in and, of course, which teams will be on that cusp. We know that Na'Vi should be #1. There it is, 291 points for themselves. But they have no matches left to play here, so they potentially could fall out of first. But again, if PIONER can somehow do well and push them to the edge, it all comes down to that Livik right after this.
Yeah, this Livik could have a pretty decent impact for some of the teams. I mean, I'm not even sure how many points were won by, I think it was VIRTUS.PRO that won the Livik one of Phase 1. How many points did they take home? I think you can expect to get maybe a 20-pointer if you actually get yourself the win and a good game, but it could have a decent impact.
Definitely could. I'm looking at the Phase 1 standings overall. What did you ask for? VIRTUS.PRO?
Yeah, the first place team, how many points were actually won by them is my question. I'm not sure.
Ah, okay.
Additional match they got themselves. Yeah, they got 20. They got 20 points actually of VIRTUS.PRO on the Phase 1 Livik match. So that could be a significant increase. You could jump like 2-3 extra positions, and that could definitely add up pretty quickly heading in the finals.
Well, there is a 23-point discrepancy between 12th and 13th place. So Take Game Gaming, this is their last match here. They got to put up big numbers if they want to break through top 12. Otherwise, I think we're going to have our list pretty much sorted, which means Eastern Stars won't make it through into this extra match. So their points they're going to get for this week or this phase are going to be rough. And then, of course, Big there as well. But Death Machine, I think that's been the real surprise for myself, and I want to say for all of us actually. Absolutely. In this phase of them just really underperforming considering what they did in the first week.
Yeah, they were 4th. So to have this dramatic fall is extremely rough. I can't help but feel that this can't just be either getting unlucky throughout 12 games. No, 12 times 2. There you go. 24 games, or you know, maybe some internal strife, because that is an extreme fall to only get 70 points on the board throughout the games that we've seen here in Phase 2. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on them for the next phase.
All right, we'll keep an eye on them, at least in this match, see if they can maybe end things off on a high note. As we're going to be ending things off here on the desk and throwing it back to the commentators for our penultimate match of the day.
All right, we have got Sanhok on the cards, the 5th and final game of the regular gameplay. We still have the Livik yet to go blank, but the end of Phase 2 is on the cards for 7 of the teams playing in this game. We most likely know who they are, and XTEAM will be joining them. They have not got any more games to play in Phase 2. Getting ready for Sanhok.
So where these teams actually end up around the map, John? North side, obviously always picked up by your boys Rocus and co over on Unicorns of Love. PIONER heading over towards boot camp, and it's Arabian Champions holding PIONER, holding Paradise Resort all by themselves. Almost got there eventually.
It's all right. Well, they got there eventually, so that's all that's needed really at this stage. PIONER over in boot camp. Eastern Stars not going to be dropping with Big on the northwestern island. This is a bit of a departure. The plane maybe a little bit too easterly for the liking of Big, who are now going to take the fight to Death Machine. Seems like Death Machine have been on the menu for quite a few teams today, and they will not stop serving up the entree. Seems that Big will be able to get the best of the end of the deal, but now Hamodi might be able to flush out Beast from Big if he drops down and spots the angle, but no, not quite yet. The rest of Big going to flank around as Sherrit is low. Miki gets the spray. I don't think Hamodi realizes there's a player right beneath him in the building, but Beast is now back on his feet. rezzed on up. Modi on the top floor did pop a couple shots. No real backup from the rest of the team. The double barrel is good for one. Mihi, though, very, very low. That was a little bit close for comfort, but either way, they survive, and all 4 of them are there.
Yeah, they almost blast Mozero and Mihi out of the way. Luckily for Big, Mihi's able to put it to an end pretty quickly. Now just Shera Modi on the floor with one final player from Death Machine still going in Ultra.
Chefs of the lobby. Serving up the meals. Ultra. Last player standing. SHOCKWAVE on the off angle. It's only a matter of time before it gets spotted. Might be able to do some damage. And hang on a minute, TJB are here. They've moved in from Sami. Third party potentially here, but Lin on the high ground will be spotted by SHOCKWAVE. Fortunately for Lin, it's only a Tommy gun and a Vector in hand for SHOCKWAVE, so no long range capability really. Even though you can land a couple of shots, need to tap fire, and it's not as super effective, unlikely to get the knock.
Yeah, there's some serious TJB things right there. Drops down to Sami with MUERTE being out of the game. Pick themselves up some meds, nice position, and even get in with this third party over towards Big and Death Machine. So interesting start. Pioneer instantly take down one player from QODEX there. Looking for a bit more.
Game Lord's trading off with ARB. Paradise Resort was left early, as was Boot Camp. QODEX potentially really troublesome for Pioneer if things carry on the way they are. Lin still with the overlook on towards the Camp Charlie. We're not finding any more knocks now. Big are aware of the position. I don't think you're going to either. Did Ultra spot it? Ooh, there's footsteps now. Big are going to be aware of the building that they're in. You can see they immediately move in. DBS in hand for Big. For Beast leading the charge. Double barrel still out there, but it's only going to be Beast needed as he pumps the lead straight into Death Machine's final player.
Yeah, had to be a little bit cautious with that one. Moving around, making sure a lot of the sight lines were covered away from TJB before pulling the trigger on that engagement. Luckily, all able to get inside, and the DBS makes that very, very quick. Short work of the final player from Death Machine there. Arabian Champions, a little bit of an engagement there with Game Lord. One apiece for both teams. Game Lord taking one on the Arabian Champions, and then one coming back their way. Game Lord moves down towards Boot Camp in the warehouses. And QODEX actually picks up position within Boot Camp with Pioneer moving out towards the west side, especially with this circle that could go anywhere. They're going to take the Confluence compound, understanding that this game, without Na'Vi in, that's a place that they can pick up. And it's interesting, with Na'Vi not being in the game and Pioneer chasing, they actually pick up their position and might do very well from it.
Eastern Stars scoping out the position of Pioneer. With the circle as it is, it's kind of anyone's game. I think we've had one or two of these Confluence compound circles in the current sets, in these two phases so far. And it's the first time we've really had to see a lot of these teams make this sort of decision. Pioneer, spot Keme, and back him off the ridgeline just a bit. Not really too many meds there, just as you could see. No bandages, no first aids for Keme.
For Keme, moving forward. Yeah, not much to do there. And with Pioneer being able to hold that position, it's very hard to take too many shots down towards them. QODEX taking an engagement with Game Lord, both these teams at 3 players, so not able to cover as many angles as they would like, and that is quite important when you are playing in Boot Camp, especially at long range like this. They do have an off angle off towards the right-hand side. You can see on the top side of the minimap. It's Money Ken as per usual.
Just vibing on the off. Eastern Stars holding pretty confidently on the southeast side, but they will have to choose the direction they go. Unfortunately, they can't really make that choice just yet, because the circle won't let them. It won't allow them to say, okay, we know it's the main island, or oh, we know it's the south island. Those crossings will be slowed. The area near Painan and the area near Boot Camp, both are going to be really, really hot.
100%. It's a position where a lot of teams will be rotating through. Unicorns love setting themselves up towards the northwest bridge, in fact, hoping to hold there. Maybe thinking they can get something done from that position. They don't have to move as of yet. They can wait for the next circle, which has now popped up towards the northwest side. It feels like it might just angle itself up towards the mountain, but it could easily center back up down towards boot camp. Really cause everyone some big issues in this game.
Goodness me. It is probably one of the toughest choices now. Eastern Stars, I imagine, don't want to give up the comps they're in, but also see the value of the top of the mountain that they've been denied so many times by Na'Vi and by Big, both of whom are no longer here to drop on this spot.
Good rotation for Take Aim Gaming as well. I mean, they spot there's absolutely no players up towards Camp Alpha, and it's not been like that for a long time, so immediately try and challenge for the mountain as well. Eastern Stars just a little bit faster into position, though. So Take Aim Gaming could even potentially pick these up.
Looks like Eastern Stars are ready for it, though, on the south side. They have established their boundary. We saw the Eastern Stars move to the top of the mountain in the earlier Sanhok today, but Na'Vi denied them full control by just staying alive on their western flank. Both of them ended up placing fairly highly in that game, to be fair. Either way, ARB going low to Shockwave, and will fall down to them as well. 3 eliminations for Shockwave as they find all of the players of ARB.
Shockwave happy with that. Picked themselves up fair amount of eliminations there. 3 total. Big with 4, obviously, after their initial good engagement with Death Machine, but they did give up their position towards Camp Alpha on the Northwest Island, which they got to be kicking themselves for.
Moving through towards TJB, though, who gave them trouble in Camp Bravo. Sorry, Camp Charlie, down on the south side. Was just Lin who was the one executing that. But nonetheless, they will try and move through. And they'll be aware of a lot of these paths on this western side, right? Because they do need to rotate through this, and in fact do rotate through a lot of the ground near Tambang, near Narkam as well. They swing out a little bit earlier than this, so maybe they need to head further north for home territory.
Big going to be running through TJB soon. Should know the position they were holding, considering they were off to their western side, and challenged them down towards Bantai as well, and Camp Charlie. 4 Romanian men will be rotating 2 at this point in time. No boat here for them, so they won't be rotating that way. They'll be just making their way up nice and soundly on foot.
Just patting away at the earth beneath their feet, moving ever northward. Eastern Stars have established the top of the mountain. Take Aim Gaming in the compound on the southwest of the mountaintop on the northwest island. Unicorns of Love potentially looking across that bridge over on the north side. The northern side potentially a little bit safer, as QODEX made the early crossing towards that northwestern island. Pioneer might come up to play against them there. And remember, Pioneer need a fairly decent game here to try and take that top spot away from Na'Vi going into Livik. It's 14 points on the difference, so they'll need 15 to surpass it.
It's not a huge game that they need, but nonetheless, still a game and a half. Don't know if you heard that in the background there, John, but I hope you didn't.
I didn't.
It's just my cat's fighting currently.
Oh, I heard that one.
Oh, yeah. They are not happy right now. That's what it's like for a lot of these teams at the moment, just cat fights over and over.
It's like, Na'Vi are the best team in the lobby. No, it's Pioneer are the best team in the lobby.
Pioneer.
That's fighting over.
Yeah, that's my 2 cats. To be fair, that would make sense.
Which?
Well, I mean, this circle does require a little bit of attention, John, but I would definitely say that Luna is the Pioneer cat and
Ooh.
Sydney is the Na'Vi cat. Sydney's aggressive, Luna is passive. But packs a punch when she needs to.
That's... God, I feel like that's the main card of tonight now. I'm into that. This is the undercard for the cat fight later on. Pioneer passive punching from the southwest island right now. Will probably, actually, maybe not need to cross, because the circle zones onto the confluence, onto the junction of the rivers.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. I think for Pioneer, this is still a decent position to hold because it does give them a lot of availability to move around the map easily, and if it does come down their way, it's great news for them. But you can see that so many teams very conflicted. This is one of the great outposts, though, that Pioneer's holding for this type of position. It just means they have to be super aware.
Ooh, 4 Romanian men don't lose one to Mazzuro, but get wrecked goes down to Miki in the meantime. They do trade it off as a shot comes back from Ilawi, and the nades can start to put on in towards 4 Romanian men. Big have more cover, which means that their potential to get this res as get wrecked is flushed. Could be a 3v4 here.
TJB in the back, though, once again. Third-party Kings here, looking for a little bit more.
Good nade.
It hits the side of Mazzaro. Huge amount of damage.
As Beast, though, swinging in, Ilawi will fall, and the Molotov will burn away. Andre behind the rock, 4 Romanian men falling fairly quickly now as Rana and Andre left alone. The Reza can come through, they can bandage that up, they can get those heals on as well. And then comes the push. Andre isolated in this fight, isolated in this engagement. Further north, Rana maybe looking to slow things down. Force the engagement to one side. It's smart from Andre. Finds the first, looks for a second, tries to get the knock onto SHOCKWAVE, who will go down to the blue zone, but not before Andre falls. Really nice slowdown on the fight, but Rana needs to get away from it.
Yeah, immediately leave, dip out of this one. For Big, there's a bit of a timer on this fight for them because they need to get players up and going, especially with this being Zone 3. Before we hit Zone 4, that's where it becomes impossible to pick your teammates back up again whilst they're in the blue.
Need to be faster. Big slowed down, and TJB can potentially get ahead of them now. Giving themselves a little bit more power on that southwest side, but even so, it's really, really going to be difficult. Knocks over towards TJB after the answer came. GK first swinging around the bottom there of the hill. Want to isolate Beast. He's got the DBS and he's close range. Zittel lying down in the grass, pops a nade over short range and the spray onto Beast. That DBS will no longer be a threat. 2 players alive for Big.
Kind of unfortunate. It's not what they wanted at all, and this is what we were expecting from TJB coming in. He has to get a nasty third party onto them. Get very close now as we're just about to hit Zone 4. I mean, you got to hit this first aid kit now if you are TJB, as they're just about picking the teammate off. And there's the shift up towards the northwest side, which Eastern Stars will be very happy about. Take Aim Gaming also similarly very happy moving across early on. Unicorns of Love did a decent rotation, you know, hovering around towards that bridge on the north side of the map, and then finally deciding to move in towards that west island. This provided them a lot of capability. I think they're a bit wary of moving down towards the western compound just underneath the mountain itself, because they assume there might be a team there already. Unfortunately for them, there actually is no one there, and they are being a little bit too cautious.
VIRTUS.PRO pushing up towards the top of the mountain. The big question for me is, when do Pioneer make their move? Are they going to stay and try and stop all the teams behind them, or are they going to try and get across early, take a fight with QODEX and try and control that compound that will provide a lot of safety moving forwards? That is the question that they have to ask themselves. At the moment, it looks like they're going to try and stand strong.
Yeah, difficult for Pioneer, really, and almost a sad approach for them, because, you know, they took an engagement with QODEX earlier on. They won out that engagement, taking one of them over towards QODEX, and QODEX ran away to try and get away from that fight and find some safety. And they went to the Western Island and now picked themselves up a very strong spot on the coastal side.
Oh, Akashi not quite landing the spray. Luckily, there's a firing squad on the sidelines, and SHOCKWAVE are laid bare right now. Hakoni tries to answer, but the tree provides cover for Narvalo. And Hakoni nails that shot. Goodness me, really nice stuff there. Need to be worried about Ruthless potentially in the off angle. Big finally finished out on the south side, by the way. In the meantime, Robs, who went down early, leaves them at 2 active, will look for the res, and SHOCKWAVE stay alive. I'm surprised that they've managed to keep 3 up.
Very surprising indeed, considering how much bombardment they just received in that scenario.
Ooh.
It's a nice shot from Akashi, though.
Victor was there as well on the sprays. now Game Lord are going to have to go for the cross in the meantime. This is the issue. They've taken up this position. Akoni spotted in the shallows. A triple prediction for Unicorns of Love. I don't think we've seen that far too often. Eastern Stars might be on the overlook for them, but they seem to think that the Northern Compound has a lot of power. Game Lord suffering behind this rock in the meantime.
Yeah, really good approach towards the circle. I mean, we were talking about before about the caution of not picking up that compound, but it seems that I was wrong. And in fact, there was just a lot of scouting going on to ensure that they could see that there was no one in that compound in the first place. They could play from this position. Does make life quite difficult for Eastern Stars coming down from here. They're really hoping for the massive northwest shift on the next circle. And finally, Pioneer are slowly starting to move across. They had the short side of the water as well to play around with after controlling this area for so long. So life has worked out quite well for them.
VIRTUS.PRO dropped down into the county. I think two players got knocked from fall damage from VP, which is not ideal. Eastern Stars still at 4, Bazzi on the southwest outpost. This circle is just, I mean, it's either Unicorns or Eastern Stars, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, it moves over towards that western side. It is an Eastern Stars win, potentially. Moves out towards the east, just a little bit, even a tiny bit over towards the east. And Unicorns of Love will be taking this one home. So good predictions coming through from the desk. I mean, even if this did move down towards the southeast side, Unicorns of Love have a lot of control from this north edge. And this has just kind of been the cherry on the top of the cake.
They haven't really had a massive game so far. Third place, by the way, for Unicorns of Love. We talked a lot about how Pioneer are on the chase, but so are the Unicorns. Remember, they finished 2 days in a row in the top spot. So if they can have a big game here, they also can challenge during that Livik. They're a little bit far behind to maybe overtake Na'Vi in this game, but they can still get a lot of points to close that gap. They were sat at 266 before this, at the start of this game. 291 is the target. Team break on the rocks beneath Eastern Stars in front of the Unicorns of Love. So that gives them a, what is that, a 25-point difference between these two teams. So if they can get a solid game, 10 LM chicken dinner, that would draw them even with Na'Vi and lose out on the tiebreaker, but put them in a good position for Livik. 20 points would be great.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very, very slow team here on Sanhok. They prefer to really solidify their position in the map before they start taking too many shots out towards other teams. So you can see they're still on 0 limbs right now. That's the final player from Pioneer going down, but I believe that was with a fair few elimination count on their side. I think it was 10, yeah, so a decent game from Pioneer nonetheless. And now Unicorns of Love start to strike out a bit.
Circle undecided still as to who it will favor. If the Eastern Stars have vehicles up the top, there's a chance. I don't think they do, however. If it shifts out east, away from them, they could just run off the side of the cliff with those vehicles and maybe have a little bit of cover from the roofs that are keeping Unicorns of Love safe from them.
Well, it's half and half right now at the moment. I mean, you get a western shift on a circle, Unicorns of Love just lose. Like, that's all there is to it. You can't play in that situation. You get a center shift. Again, it becomes difficult for Unicorns of Love because they have to hug the cliff face, in which case Eastern Stars can start to employ some of those nades perhaps and start to bunny hop maybe down the hill. Kapahala's got good shots down towards the VP, has eyes on. That's going to force them into an awkward spot now. For VP, this is almost certainly over for them as the circle is pushing them and will push them out of that cover.
Don't even think you can get the res at this stage. Potentially just drop over those meds and try and go for a heal strat as long as you can. Yankee. Likely to be the last alive, yeah. Icy spots Mer. Pick up a 4th elimination. NEXUS still going, TJB still going. Both of them healing out. KMA, Ice spotted up the top of the rock. Not quite knocked just yet, though. And Unicorns of Love are getting pushed in as well. Crypto falls to Athis. So it seems like the high ground advantage is there in buckets.
Yeah, the northwest shift towards the top side. Now, like, it's very difficult to figure out where to play for Unicorns of Love. I think this is probably the worst situation that could have happened for them. And losing a player there, and even I think they're just going to abandon Crypto at this point in time. There's still that potential for a Unicorns of Love win 2v4, but it all depends on circles going forward. They have to find some kind of cover underneath. You can see, though, Eastern Stars have no meds. So this run this sprint from Unicorns of Love, this is the chicken dinner on the line for them.
Oh, they're putting the nades in, they're putting the mollies in. Icy God tries to cross, but it's not good. Through the smoke. Will get spotted, so one player now. It is just Gonzo, and we've criticized this player for being a little bit slapdash sometimes in these engagements, but you can't really criticize him if he goes down here. It would be so brutal. And to go down just before TJB as well could be even worse. But GK First doesn't have any meds, none to speak of. So second place found. Gonzo still alive. Out in the blue zone, will look to heal. There is a vehicle there. So potential to drop on down. You can see K-Mate going for it. They will fall, they will tumble. Now isolate those positions. Athis out of the vehicle as it tumbles away. They know he's here, they know he's going for the heal. All they need to do is stop it, and they will be able to find the final shots. Eastern Stars snatch it away from Unicorns of Love on a very tricky set of shifts, but both teams do well. The Unicorns of Love rack up quite a few points as well for their final run at Livik.
I mean, for Unicorns of Love there, I really do feel like there was victory in sight for them, but they needed all 4 players up, and I think taking those peaks early on was a big mistake. Losing 2 knocks there to some over-aggressive peaking, and again, I know you said we can't criticize Gonzo too much for that, but I think if you're going to commit to that run, then you commit to that run as 2. I think maybe his ultimate game plan was to go for the heal off. Yes, he healed out off top of TJB, but I think the chicken dinner right there does depend on him making the run with Icy and providing 2 separate targets to look at, and potentially that way, you know, Keme can't just focus on the singular target running across in Icy, in which case he just gets cut down. With 4 players, so much easier to do, but again, Unicorns of Love and dropping the ball at the final moment seems to be a package that goes hand in hand, which is kind of sad to say the least, considering they had so much control of that circle. Again, the Western shifts did not help them, and it kept going west, and the circle was adamant on the Eastern Stars, finishing out this phase with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was really kind of given to the Eastern Stars there. I mean, VP couldn't get up that hill against them. They didn't have that luck on the northern side. Big not being on that northwestern island was potentially also a massive factor in Eastern Stars holding that.
Yeah, absolutely, because they didn't really have too many challenges coming up that way. VP tried to make their way up, but a little bit too late as they were coming through the blue. They got peppered a little bit, down to just the 2 players, and then they're really not much of a threat. So Eastern Stars can get all eyes on down the hill. Not an easy position to play for Eastern Stars either, to find those quick knocks and stuff, because, you know, when they're peaking, a lot of the times you have to peak quite far out to find those players underneath. Again, it really did disappoint me, those knocks that went through to Unicorns of Love's way, because those peaks just didn't seem they had much gumption behind them. There wasn't much teamwork in their team firing. It was just Crypto looking for some big money, some big moments, and no one seemed to back him up too well.
No, not entirely. But the first chicken dinner of Eastern Stars Phase 2 is going to be their last game as well. They don't make it to the Livik, despite having a solid hold on the top of the mountain.
Yeah, solid hold on the mountain. The problem was for our prediction game, it's like, well, you're going to either win or lose. I mean, that's kind of how it always goes, but considering where the zone goes determines if you're going to win or lose. And as we saw there, it was unfortunately a loss for all 3 of us. But what can you expect? Like, when the zone shifts like that towards kind of Eastern Stars, they can use the high ground. You're not really going to win that fight.
If this is any other part of terrain on Sanhok, then, you know, Unicorns of Love has a better fighting chance. But against this one, it's nigh on impossible. Even if they do somehow make it to the ridgeline, which is completely barren as a run, by the way, to even get there, then you just molly from the high ground. And it's not exactly easy to deal with there as Eastern Stars get themselves one on the board.
Yeah, and also good for Eastern Stars. They did have that supercar ready to go, so even if it did go down to Unicorns of Love, there was a way for them to, you know, at least get into the compound. Winning the fight, that's a completely different deal, and I don't think they can win it, unfortunately, going for a rotation going that way, but there was at least an attempt. But yeah, 50-50, like, high ground, low ground position on the cliff is always tough to play, and Eastern Stars had the high ground the longest time, and even with the smokes, sure, smokes are good to protect you, but when you're getting shot from so high above, smokes almost rendered useless, I would say. So yeah, it was pretty easy for Eastern Stars to find closure on that game.
Looking down the list, though, you see Pioneer, 3rd place. Not a bad showing again. Kind of one of their standard matches where they're a little bit under the radar. They get some decent points, 14 for themselves. And TJB, with GK First healing off, gets 12. That's again, the strategy that always worked for TJB, and honestly, it's maybe a strategy they should go back to because they need to start picking up points here. They need to start setting themselves up in a better position going into the finals.
I mean, they can only do it this game because MUERTE is not in this lobby, right? So they're like, we can finally go back to Same. It's our spot. We can finally play it. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of other options, though, that they can pull off heal strats. I think that's what they're trying to get to by doing all these weird rotations all over the place, but they just haven't found any success. But Same is, by definition, the best position when it comes to, of course, it was what TJB done in the past to do the heal strat. But yeah, I mean, I think every time that MUERTE is not a lobby, they're going to do it, but it's you can't expect that to work every time outside of it.
Ultimately, though, 12 points is a pretty decent win for them, I would say, in this game, considering that they still are trying to fight for positions in the middle of this now 1 through 12 pack who are going to be playing the Livik, and any extra points you're going to be able to get will then garner you 1 or 2 extra points from this phase moving into that final. So it's not too bad at all for this game.
Yeah, it's honestly very important for any of the teams out there, because we've seen how many times in the past, you know, finals or, you know, super weekends, whatever, determined by just a couple of points. And those couple of points you could have netted from each of these phases, as we're taking a look at some of the highlights here. And I mean, one team that did have a decent showing, at least when it came to eliminations, was indeed big. They got themselves 8, they got themselves 4 pretty much right off the bat. They're seeming to, I almost want to say, warm up into the firepower skill set, because they've been a little bit quiet, or very quiet this whole event. But again, the rotations seem to not work out too well for them, not really hitting that late stage game. I would almost love to like see their like average survival time here from fall season compared to spring season, just to really reiterate and show like how unfortunately they're just not able to get towards the later stages anymore.
I mean, the interesting thing for Big on this game specifically was where they dropped, because it was not, you know, their normal go-to Northwest Island. They dropped down towards Camp Charlie and were trying to mount some kind of campaign from there. I think maybe based more on the plane path than anything for them going there, because getting over towards Camp Alpha and some of the compounds there on this kind of plane path, it is a little rougher to actually make happen. Yeah, you could long drop, or you could even take some vehicles if you wanted to, but either scenario means you get there late, and the teams to the east side of you on that Northwest Island have an advantage over you, and then maybe they even come and rumble you a little bit.
I mean, you had actually no teams on the Northwestern Island, right? Because, as you mentioned, the plane path being normally, which is pretty rare on Sanhok to have a plane path that's like not great. Normally can drop anywhere based on the plane path, but their teams were just like, okay, maybe let's go for other spots. And only Eastern Stars were on the island initially, and they were on the trifecta, so very controlling, as we like to know. And if they can play the high ground, and Navi's on the lobby too, they're just like, okay, easy money, let's just go for the spot and play for the win.
Navi's watching that, just saying, "Oh, come on, give us that, give us those zones. We would have had that game." Let's actually look really quickly though, while we have some time. You can see 5 minutes until we hop into Livik as our last match here of this phase, and see Pioneer's player stats in this last one. Again, I feel like there's not really one standout player on the team that's always top fragging for them. I feel like it's just generally a really good spread across the board, and I don't think they necessarily have, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, like those 1 or 2 star players. I feel like everyone has that moment within them.
Yeah, I think we do see sometimes like a little bit of Izumitsu popping off, sometimes Black White, sometimes Avlikaina, but as a whole, it does tend to like average out pretty significantly between all the players. So yeah, I would agree. I think it's a very big team effort, the fact that they're always consistent, and as we brought a few times up on the show, it does seem like in this second phase, they are willing to close off games a lot more. They have improved a lot, and I think that these are the type of improvements you want to see before making into the finals. So if they can actually now close off games at this point, in the finals, they can be even more dangerous heading there.
And for this game, especially on this Sanhok, I think that they had a rough puzzle to solve, because they started boot camp, they moved to Trifecta, and then as they moved to Trifecta, all of a sudden they find themselves weirdly in the center of a circle, because the circle had like centered just exactly on Trifecta, and you're like, okay, it's cool that we're in the center, but there's maybe a 2/3 chance that it's going to shift away from us here. Where on earth are we going to have to go? And they shift up off to the Northwest Island, making any transition from another location on Trifecta up towards one of those, whilst teams are holding those barriers, is going to be a difficult one. So as much as they had a nice spot, it then becomes, unfortunately, a detriment to them.
Yeah, it's a unfortunate detriment to them, but again, you just have to play the percentages, I guess, in that situation, and play out like kind of where you're given a zone or given a position to play from. But as we are talking about a position to play from, I want to know what teams will be in a position to play here in our last match, since we do have only 12 teams making it through. We actually have a tie at the top of the leaderboard here between Navi and Pioneer.
Damn.
That's the chicken dinner, man. That's going to be making a difference for Na'Vi. It seems 6 chicken dinners up to 4 for Pioneer, and that allows them to actually push himself up in first place. And yeah, of course, he's still going to have that last match. So the odds are it's not going to be down to a tiebreaker between those 2 positions. But man, it just go to show once again how much of an improvement Pioneer have been doing from phase 1 into phase 2. And yeah, I mean, it's still very heavily CIS dominated on this first page. It's just CIS everywhere except for Unicorns of Love being the outlier. But yeah, Na'Vi Pioneer looking great.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, all things considered, though, and Blanks just brought it up in the chat as well, the fact that Pioneer has 162 placement points overall, but is 2 chicken dinners behind Na'Vi, really speaks to how consistent Pioneer has been here throughout this phase. I mean, they got 3rd in the last phase, right? I mean, obviously we're not done yet. They could even still get number 1 in this phase, but the fact that they're at 2nd place once again with extreme placement points despite not having as many chicken dinners is really a testament to how strong they are.
It really is, and again, this is like a team that's been, I feel like I said this a million times, but under the radar, but they're slowly, you know, going above the radar here and really starting to stand out as a team compared to everyone else in this lobby. As we look down the list here, Take Game, Gaming Fortune not able to get into our top 12. Neither would Eastern Stars, Big, Death Machine. A couple of teams not returning here to Livik once again. So we have our 12 teams. And again, we have points here allocated in a different way in Livik. It's not going to be 15 points for chicken dinner. I believe it's only going to be 10. Before we can head into this, we need to learn a little bit more about one of the teams from Western Europe finally doing justice to Western Europe and standing up against the new teams in the lobby of Unicorns of Love.
Disregarding their hiccups in past seasons, the banner of Unicorns of Love will always remain one of the top contenders from the region. Their bottom place finishes in both the league stage and Super Weekends was a shocker. Now, recuperating from these burn marks, this team is going in with more synergy and some flashy new additions to the roster.
In the meantime, though, Unicorns of Love lower down in the tables. Giants suffering at their hands right now. Salazar and Pocus make that just Salazar standing as Daddy looking to push on through. Unicorns, though, they are down to 2. They need to pick up these flushes, confirm these eliminations, and that's how you do it. The nade over the top from Icy. Boom goes the dynamite. Giants fall and leave Unicorns with 5 eliminations.
Rocus is the new leader of the roster, who's moving here from Twisted Minds of the MENA region. Thanks to his superb grip on the nuances of the game, Unicorns of Love is already one step ahead of most. Gonzo is his second in command, offering his expertise to the team from his all-encompassing competitive career that features regional skirmishes to global conquest. Reznov comes in as a substitute co-IGL who functions as the support for the team. He already has quite a few achievements under the banner of Unicorns of Love. Then there's Icy, an unstoppable force on the battlegrounds of Western Europe, who's impossible to overpower at close range. The MVP title from the Spring League stage was despite a rocky run from the team. Now, to top it all off, Unicorns of Love has brought on board one of the biggest talents from Pakistan, as well as the South Asian circuit. Crypto is moving here from I8 Esports, and he's bringing his impeccable gun skills along with him.
Get the better out of Maxi, some finish points acquired, but Crypto, he's not going to let anybody pass at all. As Pharaoh, he's going to try and escape with his buggy, but is Crypto going to give him that room and space? As Zameen, he's also getting spotted. He knows Crypto has all that information. He's going to restrict him. Zameen jumping and dancing to his own grave.
Unicorns of Love is a team that looks to create pressure from the edges to maintain dominion both in and outside of the white circle. They stay back from lashing out for elimination points, which, in turn, yields even greater rewards at the late game. We saw this in one of their explosive games in the last season, where they blasted off to a 20-elimination chicken dinner. Packed with bigger names and even bigger plans, let's see if the Unicorns can bring back their glory days at PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022.
Well, they have certainly stepped up in Phase 2. The Unicorns of Love currently sat in 3rd place, and you cannot actually count them out right now from being able to take that top spot. They're sat at 282, so they have got the potential to take a big chicken dinner here and maybe even break that 300-point barrier.
Absolutely. I think it's sort of unfortunate for the Unicorns of Love on that last game as well, because they don't get really many eliminations. They're more focused on the rotation game overall. Playing path all the way from Rose Farm down towards Hele at the moment, so This is fairly central for everyone, but such a tiny map, you know, the action is going to go down as soon as possible.
It's going to be fairly quick. 12 teams, of course, instead of the usual 16 that you're used to seeing in our regular gameplay, but these points still count towards the totals. It's the top 12 teams on the standings right now that get to play in this Livik for the extra chance, the extra little shuffle of points that could tip you over into getting a few extra bonus points for the finals, which is the all-important part of proceedings for now. Let's take a look at who's hot dropping who at the moment. TJB and Na'Vi actually fairly close to one another. Over towards one of our analyst desk's favorite locations, Crabgrass.
Nasty position that, difficult to play around in a valley as well. Game Lord, MADBULLS, similar spots as well against one another, but I think we'd all vouch for MADBULLS in this situation. TJB and Na'Vi. Na'Vi would not like to go down early here, and already Tixie takes a tumble.
This is not good news for Na'Vi, but Pioneer rubbing their hands together. Grinning widely as Tixie takes a tumble early. Lin, though, yet to get the flush. Meku found on the outskirts as well. This is a really good start, TJB, in the fight to isolate this sort of position as well. The rest of Na'Vi not there for backup. Matic and Kitsune dropped really quite far apart. One towards Blomster, one towards the hills just to the northeast. The compound's there. There's no way they get back up, so Na'Vi already down to 2. Pioneer looking good to take the top spot. So Unicorns of Love, can they challenge for a spot up the top?
Yeah, I mean, with Na'Vi taking so many casualties so soon in the match, John, like you said, this is a very good opportunity now for both Pioneer and Unicorns of Love to get something done. Unicorns of Love, though, haven't always been the best team fighters in the past that we've ever seen, so that is something that we'll have to wait and watch unfold as this match goes on. Though our last Livik, we were able to see Crypto and Icy take it all the way to an endgame before, so there is potential here on Livik for Unicorns of Love to do something good again.
Game Lord still playing a little bit icy against MADBULLS on either side of the canal. Just chilling out for now. No one really going for an engagement. Probably fair enough. MADBULLS, they weren't in the running to take the top spot this time around. They're on 247 points at the start of the game. Potential to maybe jump up towards MUERTE if they don't have a good game. They have to be careful of VIRTUS.PRO, who are hot on their heels from 6th place.
MADBULLS does take down Robs from Game Lord. He's picking up some more points for himself. PNL, QODEX, close by to MADBULLS also. Unicorns of Love, taking shots towards NEXUS, find Octavian. So that's a good start for them.
QODEX able to get the flush out onto Monkey on the MADBULLS. So VIRTUS.PRO now with a little bit more equity in these positions. Effect spotted. Game Lord doing well in this engage.
Yeah, with MADBULLS crunched between Game Lord as well as the guys from QODEX. This is starting off well from Zerish. Just not able to thread that over the top.
That's not what you want to see. Spray down on the staircase. Skills, just the P90. A lot of bullets in the mag. And we'll be able to get the knock and the flush. Looks for more as well. Spins it around, but Narvalo's there. Unfortunately, Robs did get flushed, so Game Lord at 3, but MADBULLS full force.
Cleaned up there, unfortunately. So, yeah, a lot of our heavy hitters just laid very low right now. Some of them with very limited members, some with none members at all. So it is very interesting. Rocus already with the 1 elimination. That was over towards NEXUS early on in the game. They're still holding up towards the northeast side of the map, towards the snowy mountains. And will make their way down towards the south side, waiting on the next circle to come in soon. Pioneer off towards the northeast side of Power Plant, looking out towards TJB. Will have heard the shots between them and Na'Vi in the early game.
Certainly should have done. TJB, though, spread out quite widely. This is a replay on the nade. Hits it on the windowsill, and then I think it hits the window frame immediately after that to bounce back. It's a bit weird, that one, but either way, unfortunate rebound.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate rebound. It looked like it was going over the top. It looked like it was heading over, but it misses the initial lip of the window and hits the upper lip. And then, like you said, bounces back off the top of the frame. Geometry definitely looking very cool there in terms of where the nade went in its trajectory, but you know, it was not cool for the MADBULLS at all, who were very upset about that going down. Zerish does not make those mistakes often, so can't blame him too much.
That's fair. Trying to pitch it over arm. It does always put backspin on it if you do that. You're trying to throw it straight. If you're trying to whip the arm around. It's like bowling in cricket.
Yeah. Still wait on this next circle. Really, no one has to move because the map is so small. Like everyone's just in their individual positions. This is more like playing a zone 4 when it comes to a map like Miramar, right? So a lot of these teams just want to keep it cool, keep it calm. When you've got a compound and you've secured that compound, you don't have to move. You're waiting for the next shift.
MUERTE on the eastern side. Should have heard the engagement between Game Lord and the MADBULLS out to their west, so they should know that there's a team there. Not a lot of ground to cover as well, so they'll be able to push in. The circle really doesn't do much to chivvy things along. The team that I'm really looking at, well, the teams too that I'm looking at, Unicorns of Love and Pioneer, fairly split from one another right now. As Pioneer are very, very central. Unicorns of Love all the way up in Hot Spring.
Yeah, they're not making too many movements as of yet. There's still 2 players up towards ice as well, so yet to regroup. MUERTE on the eastern side, looking over towards Game Lord's compound. It's a difficult compound to hold by yourself as one team, which is why you often do see 2 teams drop in that location. Can be held by double. Striker picks himself up a nice little crate there and will get himself either some level 3 gear, level 3 weapon. Level 3 weapon would be really nice to have on board for that team. Just absolutely dominate the opposition in those late games where a lot of times in Livik you do get these open areas where it's very easy to hold a singular spot and then just have the 360.
Get themselves a nice little refresh. No one really taking the fights just now. Seems like things have tidied themselves up just a little bit. And the next circle will probably cause that to change fairly swiftly. Nexus really split on the north side. At the moment, it's Doran and Exo playing as a duo towards Unicorns of Love, and Redox is just vibing all the way out towards Stable, towards Estate, on that northwestern edge. Scouting out the ground to their west might prove to be useful if they want to make the move to Gronus.
Yeah, I mean, for Redox, that's a good play from him to move all the way towards Stable side. I mean, Doran and Exo are currently just watching out for the players from Unicorns of Love, knowing that they should be over in that location and specifically taking a knock and a flush from that team earlier on in the game. So this is just a case of making sure every little area is covered for Nexus. They don't want to move too far down south towards Gronus just because they know there should be a team there. And it looks like we are centering up towards Crabgrass.
Oh, I like it. It's going to be good. At the moment, TJB dominate that sort of area. Pioneer with the compound southeast will be able to control teams like VIRTUS.PRO. Over on the southeast side, taking a look at the overall, the general ranking, so across multiple phases, Pioneer currently sat 31 points behind MADBULLS, so that is massive, massive catch-up there. If they can get a whole bunch more points for Phase 3, they'll be looking good to challenge MADBULLS for that top spot. Pioneer, I mean, at the start of this phase, I was calling them a third-place team, right? That's how it felt. It didn't feel like they were anything.
They belonged there.
Yeah, it felt that way, but they have really turned up the heat. I did do that, and I'm allowed to have done that. I think I would have done that again.
I said they could be a first-place team.
Yep, well, you were right.
Thanks. Just reminded you anyway. Pioneer. No, I totally get your point, John. I think you make a good point there. I think that they are slowly moving up the tables and the leaderboards, but I think with a good game here on Livik, even getting a 20 points or 15 points, I think the major thing that you need to do with MADBULLS, and one of the things that they've been able to do throughout both phases, is keep that 30 to 40 point lead ahead of anyone else, which has been quite difficult to catch up, right? And within phase 2, they've had a great phase 2, let's be honest.
They have.
But for Pioneer, if they can catch up a little bit now, you know, they are really in reach of hitting those high points in the overall rankings, because MADBULLS won't be that far ahead when we come to phase 3. And if Pioneer can continue that momentum through, especially because we only have one day off tomorrow, and then we're back to the grind again on Friday, you know, there's not going to be a lot of time between phase 2 and phase 3 starting. So Pioneer should be able to keep that kind of power up between phases.
Unicorns of Love moving in on the north side near Redox with the DP. Oh, Rocus doesn't quite clip him. Crypto is out, looks for the spray. He doesn't finish it off onto Crypto. We'll finally get that knock, but not before Rocus rolls around and wrecks his day. Redox run over.
I will say one thing. I don't like Rocus rolling people over in that vehicle. I just don't think he's the best in a car. We've seen so many times before where he's gone for a run over, missed it completely, left the rest of his team open, and then end up taking 2 knocks because of it. So I will say that for Unicorns of Love, Rocus, I'd like to see you get out the car more often and support your teammates rather than trying to go for the vehicle limbs.
Yeah, but it worked, so it's the best strat, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's how that works, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Wait, hang on a minute. You can put nades through the window? Wow.
Insane, right?
Somebody tell MADBULLS.
I think it was a specific window that he was throwing it through. One of the most awkward windows to toss a nade over the top of.
Just fixing the scopes, making sure the M4 is all ready to go. QODEX making the cross, pushing into the Nexus building. There's an M114 there ready to greet him, and Doran with the UMP won't be easy task to get past either. Woodson is there on the flank, on the off angle to catch any window peekers. Manages to get in, and a bit of damage found for Doran. He wants to hold this angle and cover himself off from the door, but needs to be careful. Woodson just not peeking out. Sorry, Michiu just not peeking out there from the building. An EXO goes down. The M114 was there. The flush is looking pretty close by. The Molotov starts the burn. Michiu dodges it. Doran now lost, standing for Nexus. Nades down the stairs, closes the door. First aid pops. The Molotov is there, but the door gets blown open. And it's Shockwave to find Doran.
Easy enough. I mean, for Nexus, they were pretty low down in terms of player count, so it's only a matter of time before a team did find them, especially after the top of Unicorns of Love finding a few of them. Na'Vi, though, taking shots towards Unicorns of Love. That's for 2v4 at the moment, but already finding one takes it into a 2v3, and Icy maybe getting sent back. Could, of course, this to be a very precarious situation for them.
Rocus under fire from Shockwave. Icy as well. Everybody looking the way of Unicorns of Love. It looks like their run for the top is going to be one paved with trouble, as they have to heal up a little bit further. They were sat 282 at the start of the game. They're up to 284 with the 2 points they managed to get this game, but will they be able to earn any more? Looks unlikely. Rocus down, out as well. Flushed away by Shockwave, who have been peppering all of these teams around him pretty effectively. Icy repositions. Terminus has the angle, but not quite enough time to execute on it.
Unicorns of Loves keep going through. 3 players now. Rocus falling earlier on. Ruthless Esports also see them, and it's a little bit of a falter here from Unicorns of Love. Not able to make all the way through. Now just down to 2 players after a really strong hold on that northern side. I think this might just be game over now.
Whoa. That's so unfortunate. Hopping out just on the lip of the ridge. Getting spotted, and Ruthless take no quarter. Give none either. Icy gets spotted, and the Unicorns run comes to an end. 3rd place, all but locked in for them, as MUERTE really don't have the chance to supersede them in terms of points. Now it is a direct race of Na'Vi versus Pioneer. They were tied at the start of this game. With the point that Na'Vi have, they are in the lead right now for 1st place at the end of the phase, but Pioneer have all 4 alive.
Yeah, always amusing seeing Na'Vi go down to 2 players and then somehow still bring about carnage around the map. They just don't seem to stop no matter what. And that's okay. I respect it. Unfortunately, they are sometimes a little bit over-aggressive. Kale pointed out on the desk saying that, 150 points to 162 of Pioneer. Even though Na'Vi have more chicken dinners total, it is kind of an all-or-nothing bet for Na'Vi sometimes. But they still are able to get some players in. And each player is a powerhouse in their own right. RUTHLESS Esports tried to move up to MUERTE, are in their way.
The next circle is going to come through. It goes all the way over to VIRTUS.PRO on the eastern side. So all of these teams out on the west are going to have to push, conclude the fight, get out of dodge. That's what you want to be finding. Nades around the bottom of the rock to force RUTHLESS back as MUERTE fall on over the top side and get that flank on. M1014 in close quarters is deadly, and Salazar lets them know, unleashes hell, but is it enough? Will they be able to stand up? No. 2 players go down for MUERTE, and it will slow them down. Here are the predictions. 2 for MUERTE, VIRTUS.PRO for Calaris, and that shift for VIRTUS.PRO looks good. The MUERTE boys in trouble as Na'Vi riding with 2.
Yeah, flight goes down, and Na'Vi hear the shots, hear the fire, and start to send some nades over the top. Matic's pretty good with these ones as well, and should be on target. He's directly on top of the Matic. Sends them home packing. See you in phase 3, lads.
That is a 3-pointer, quite literally. Takes down all 3 players from the remainder of MUERTE, so the double prediction from the desk, not going to go well. Probably came in just before that engagement, so it is unfortunate, but VIRTUS.PRO still live and kicking. With those points as well, Na'Vi bring it up to 4 total, which is huge for their run for the top.
Yeah, it keeps them ahead of the pack, right? And that's the main thing that they were looking for. If they went out early, that was bad news bears. And we thought, as soon as we saw 2 players go down, it was all over. But it's Na'Vi taking it to Pioneer, taking down so many of their players. What is this?
Oh my god, Black-White goes down. Fash now under the kosh will be burnt out. Natic able to do the job. Izumitsu now last standing for Pioneer. Na'Vi looking to supersede their opponents for that top spot with the 1 player left, with the points that they've accrued. Na'Vi looking good to secure first place.
I think that's it right there. Izu, as much of a good player that he is, it's very, very difficult to get out of this scenario alive. VP might have been the best choice here, especially with there being absolutely no ground around them really to play. Not much hard cover as you get close. So VP should be able to close out this game with the 4 players they still have alive. TJB spotted by Victor. Doesn't want to take shots just as of yet, though, being the solo from Game Lord.
Lin much more preoccupied with Na'Vi's direction at the moment. No one's spotting the last player from Pioneer on the south side right now. VIRTUS.PRO occupied with TJB on the north. Kitsune sending out all the way into the blue, so leaving Matic fairly solo and forced out into the smoke as well. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him go down soon. There it goes. Tulika picks it up. GK first, maybe trying to steal that one away, but unfortunately will not be the case. Is Kitsune just trying to heal it out?
Yeah, he just tried it.
In comes the push. VIRTUS.PRO now need to fend off against TJB. Old boy finds Lin close. GK first, cooking the nade close to the rock, but a second teammate's falling. The pin is pulled, and he doesn't have the time. Old boy is fragging out his mind, evades the nade as well, and gets back behind the rock for some healing. VIRTUS.PRO want to hold it. Na'Vi outlast Pioneer, guaranteeing first place, but Old boy is still trucking along. Finally taken down, and GK first finds a second as well. It's his turn into the fight. Mur as well, under pressure, as Victor from Game Lord strikes in as well. It is carnage here in the circle. GK first has to hit the deck. Looking for the vehicles. The circle zones towards Victor from Game Lord.
Honestly, from the back row, Victor might just be able to take this one home after the massive amount of carnage. The blow's been sent back and forth between VP and TJB. Victor with the roadside to his advantage, and just a tree between him and these 2 teams, might be able to get himself a chicken dinner, and Game Lord taking it on Livik. What a place to do it.
What can Mur do, though? That's really the question in terms of Victor's position. Mur in the grass, looks for 1 spray, able to find the first knock, and stands up for a second. GK first, goes really, really low, but he's still going. Mur tries to get up, but Victor shuts it down. Mur low, and the cross comes from Victor. 1 player now standing in his way. Can Victor strike as a solo snake for Game Lord? The French squad with 6 eliminations to the name, trying to trade it around, but they get pushed back towards the road. They're playing around the ruins of this building. And Mur swings out wide, the drop shot's not good. And finally they shut it down. Kitsune falls, finally second place found. And it is all done and dusted. My, what a close fought game, but it is VIRTUS.PRO in the end to be able to finish it out for the final chicken dinner of Phase 2.
They'll take that one. They'll be happy with that as well. I mean, it looked hairy, right? It looked like it wasn't going to go their way. Victor, sadly, with all the work he put in, only took himself home a 3rd place in the end, where Na'Vi, did you see my man? He had 21 first aid kits towards the end of that game somehow. I don't know where he was keeping them all. But yeah, Na'Vi, I think that's a valiant attempt with the 2 players they still had on board to take home the first spot, which they should have absolutely done there with that match, and the 2nd place they were to take away. And Pioneer shut down by the 2 players. I mean, Na'Vi, it looked like they were weak, looked like they were cowering, but not really. It was all a trick. Call an ambulance, but not for Na'Vi.
Absolutely. It was really, really chaotic, but they played it very, very well as a duo there. Not only that, MADBULLS go down early. Pioneer get late into the game, which means that they're going to be able to close that gap in the general rankings.
Yeah. I mean, all around, it's cool. Cool numbers coming out here in terms of where people are placing, where people are able to catch up a little bit. MADBULLS definitely sweating now just a little bit, John, but we're going to head over to the boys on the desk. We're going to break this one down. And obviously, Kalara is biting his nails just a little bit, but will prevail.
I did say at the start of the day, I don't want to do predictions on Livik, and that's another reason why, because Kalaris got the prediction correct. I also like how Max and I predicted a team that went out about 10 seconds after our predictions went up on air, so that's fun for us, Max.
I don't care. I saw some P90 gameplay, so that's that was enjoyable. That was a cool game. So the P90 actually played, and that I do not like though. We can get rid of this. Thank you.
It's fine. You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, going forward, I'm gonna intentionally get all my predictions wrong, just to stick it to the man. Who the man is, I don't know. It's Kalaris, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Max? TJB, why don't you go for them?
Because crabgrass.
That's right. Although it got a lot closer than I expected, I'm going to be real. VIRTUS.PRO, I thought, had an amazing circle to work with for the most part. And then bloody Victor pops up, and I can't believe it. I was actually sweating bullets at that point, because there was a moment where I thought the team from Crabgrass was going to win, and I can't have that happen, all right? I can't have that happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing also you've got to keep in mind is that they definitely assumed that East was free, right? And then Victor just comes in, sweeps some players. That's the thing, because if they just hold on to their spot, they didn't really need to go out. But the fact that they did assume, like, okay, no one's on the side, we can just apply pressure on TJB, make sure they can't enter the circle, and Oldboy in particular with that P90, that was magnificent. Absolutely love that. But yeah, it got a little bit tricky down to the 1v1 at the enter closed off versus Victor. Still a valiant effort, but yeah, VP had a good spot. And now currently the reigning kings of Livik. That is 2 Liviks and 2 wins for VP. And also, I believe, 2 VP predictions for you, Kalaris. You hit on both times. So yeah, VIRTUS.PRO looking like they know what to do on this map, and they're using a P90 that I am telling you is an underrated weapon, and I'm happy to see some players actually use it properly.
I'm really mad at our EVS operator, because the first highlight he throws up is MUERTE just getting mowed down.
I think
like the whole was against us, Max.
I think he's doing it right.
I think we're targeted, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, honestly, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, the thing is, we don't know where Livik is going to be headed. Is it going to become a staple map in the competitive scene? Will we see it in the rotation for PMGC? We don't really know. And the teams really need to use these opportunities as chances to like learn out Livik the best they can, because this could become a pivotal. Thank you. I don't know. I'm adding a B in there. Pivotal map for them, for any team out there, especially if it's determining tiebreakers, especially if it determines if you get into the actual finals of PMGC. So a lot of pressure here, and a good sign for VIRTUS.PRO to already have 2 wins out of 2 attempts on the map.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's very different competitive, right, is Livik, because obviously the design of it is very different to some of the other battlegrounds as a whole. Also, I think that maybe, you know, blue speed should be sped up a little bit if you only have 12 teams on it as a whole. But I mean, these are things to kind of iterate on and change as time goes on if they want to incorporate it in. Because they provide different games compared to some of the other battlegrounds for sure.
Okay, our MVP of the day. Keep in mind, at the end of the entire event, the MVP will be getting $1,000 from the entire event for themselves. They can do whatever they want with it. They can share it with their teammates. They can give it to some talent. Let's see who the MVP is going to be, because I don't want to make us guess, especially when it comes to the final day of a phase. I was thinking towards Tixie, but I was in the right genre with Na'Vi, but not the right player.
Ooh,
2,600 damage on the day and 16 elims is pretty legit though.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close to what the 70 elimination day we had from Crypto a few days ago, right? So it was definitely close. I thought it was going to be Izumitsu, actually, seeing how he also did his performance for the side of Pioneer, got himself 2 wins today. But yeah, I mean, Matic definitely had a big standout, right? Those 2 back-to-back games, they got himself, what was that, a 3rd position over on that Sanhok Island finish, then followed up with a win right afterwards. Like, Na'Vi are definitely, as you said, they're back on track. Currently also with, I think, them being able to rank a little bit higher. I do believe they're currently 1st place over the entirety of Phase 2 with the extra placements they got. So, yeah, I mean, Na'Vi are just the whole package, I would say, right now, Kalaris. They're back on where we initially thought they would be at the start of the tournament. It took some time to get there, but now I'm telling you, they're not budging anytime soon.
Definitely. I think we'll see them solidify themselves at the top of these lobbies with the sheer power that they bring to a team fight and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, here for Livik, it's kind of whatever. Let's watch this again.
This EVS operator must have out for us, because not only did we see it once in the highlights from Livik, we're seeing it again almost immediately after in our highlights from the day.
That's fine.
Really want to rub it in that MUERTE just is
slow motion, 10 times over, anything you need. Let's watch your guys' prediction fall catastrophically. That'd be great. But Na'Vi is not falling. They are number 1. And I think, yeah, as Max says, I think they're going to be number 1 for a while.
Max looks internally screaming, but his face is trying to give a cool, calm, collected. Yeah, anyways, let's move on from that. We don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about our results from today. If you guys missed out on any of the matches, we'll give you a quick little recap of what all went down. And of course, what teams took home their victories. We do have Pioneer with the back-to-back and Kalaris with the Pioneer back-to-back prediction, if I'm not mistaken.
Did I? I can't remember.
Just take it.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. They're good spots, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I predict on the spots. Well, to be fair, you know, the team's power actually has a little bit of influence now, I'm not gonna lie, but
yeah, I didn't see you picking TJB on Livik there.
No, weird that. Strange. I mean, they were in Crabgrass. I said to Max, I said it. Anybody that goes in there, I mean, if the circle had gone south of them straight, then they were absolutely going to be in a deathbed. But there was, yeah, I'm not picking the team in Crabgrass.
I think TJB could have maybe started to like leave Crabgrass a little bit earlier, right? Because the thing is, if you leave that position late, then teams that have better spots will be able to kind of have a better angle on you. Luckily enough, that didn't happen to them, but I think in a lot of scenarios, in that exact situation, there's a lot of more options where it will actually happen. And man, Na'Vi actually being able to breach 300 points at the end, very similar to MADBULLS, what they did in Phase 1. But yeah, as we said already, right, this is a team that is in 1st place, and we think they will remain in 1st place. So yeah, Na'Vi hard to move away from that spot.
Okay. All right, bold predictions there. Pioneer in 2nd at 294, Unicorns of Love at 284. Looking down the list here, though, I mean, it's amazing to see Na'Vi having 6 chicken dinners. But again, to be fair, in this phase, like in the first 3 days, they completely steamrolled almost every team. But nice to see MUERTE up here. Also, Ruthless again. Not the first time we've seen them here on this front page.
Yeah, I think Ruthless did have a oh wow, okay, I'm pulling a Jason there, sorry. Had a little bit of a downfall when it came to these last few days on Phase 2, but that's fine. I think they're definitely, that's fine. Yeah, come on, for everything you throw my way, I can throw one thing, I can throw one pebble, come on.
It's okay, you're hosting right now.
Oh no. But yeah, at the end, Ruthless still able to make some big changes. He talks about Manu, the addition to the team, being able to bring a lot of new things. And it seemed like since they've found success with Manu, they just kept him in the team the entire time, which I think is a great iteration. So yeah, I think that this is still, they can show more potentially, but they're getting slowly to, I think, their peak performance.
Okay, peak performance. This is what peak performance is going to look like here as we see down towards the bottom of 4G Death Machine, 19th, 4 Million Men, 18th, XTEAM bottom of the table yet again. Yeah, I mean, eventually I want to hope that like Big is going to step up here and break through top 12 and show us again what they can do. But again, really not much to say. I mean, we just have to wait to see if they can eventually do it. We do need to see, though, where our teams stand for finals, though, when it comes to our bonus points. Remember, at each phase, depending on what position you're in, you get extra points. And we can see here, Na'Vi got 11 points in Phase 1, but 20 in Phase 2. I'm not sure why they're ranked number 1, because technically they're not. It's Pioneer at 37. And then we have 2 teams at 35 with VIRTUS.PRO and MADBULLS. So you can see overall what they have going into the finals
Yeah.
is going to be pretty decent.
I guess it's organized in what they accrued through in phase 2, right? So that's kind of how the standings are for phase 2, I suppose. But Pioneer overall, just kind of excellent consistency throughout these first 2 phases. I mean, 3rd in phase 1 with 231 points and now getting themselves 294 points on the board. If they'd have just eked out a few more here and there, you could have quite easily seen them in that first place with how strong they're looking right now.
Yeah, and when you actually combine all of the points of phase 1 and phase 2, as you know, there's also an overall ranking that teams have where they can get an extra 20 points maximum. Pioneer are currently in 2nd place, so like they've been podium in all 3 overall rankings we currently had throughout this entire PMPL for Western Europe. So yeah, I think Pioneer definitely the consistent kings right now, and they've been on top.
Let's look at that. Death Machine, 17 points phase 1, 2 points phase 2. Eastern Stars, 15 points phase 1, 7 points phase 2. That's just hard to look at, honestly. That's such a swing.
Especially for Death Machine, right? Like I don't know what, like I don't believe that this is a team that should gain 2 points. I think I see this team as a team that should be gaining double digits at least. So yeah, I don't put it down to them being unlucky throughout phase 2. I think if I had to speculate, something has to be going on inside the team to have that kind of a downswing. They must not be particularly happy with something that's going on or whatnot. I would love to find out, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously, we're going to have a day off until we do kick things off into phase 3 on Friday. But we do have an interview, actually. Maxman, you're going to be taking this away with Rocus from Unicorns of Love. So have fun and good luck.
No, it's not me. I don't believe.
I know it's me. Don't worry.
Okay,
I know it's me.
Scary. I was not aware.
But you saw his face, and that's what I was going for. All right, so Rocus, first of all, man, can you hear me? Are we good on the comm side?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay, I can barely hear you, but I'm going to turn you up on my side as loud as I possibly can. First of all, congratulations on your success in phase 2, but I'm going to go straight into this. What the hell happened between phase 1 and phase 2? You guys completely came out to be a different team.
Well, in phase 1, we didn't really manage to find ourselves how we're supposed to be playing since we are a new team, as everyone knows. And it's kind of hard, you know, everyone is from a different region, so, like, you know, individual players. And honestly, our language is not, English is not our first language as well, so for the communication part, we were struggling a lot, and we're still struggling, but we managed to improve for the phase 2. And yeah, like, just noticed how the teams started to play, like different play style that they use for, you know, different drop spots. We managed to understand how they play, and it's getting better, I believe.
Okay, so how are you basically moving your puzzle pieces, your chess pieces within the team here? Because you obviously have Crypto come into the roster. He's been putting up some really good performances. However, Icy in previous seasons has been the stand-up player in the traditional Unicorns of Love roster. So how have you been kind of thinking about how to use these people, and how is the team playing around each other?
Well, it's not that difficult to use them. Everyone has assigned to the roles that they need to do and they need to complete. If we complete them well to 90 to 100%, then we have a very good game and everyone is happy. But to do that, you need to learn. There's like also ups and downs every time we play, and we need to improve a lot individually so that the team performance could improve as well. So, you know, I'm using, for example, Crypto I'm using as a fragger, you know, most of the times, like more like the guy who gives the openings, you know, for the team in the fights. I see the one who leads in the fights, aggressive, like, you know, in the close range. Gonzo as a co-IGL, giving the ideas, you know, suggesting the plays, rotational plays as well. So everyone understands the roles, but as I said, like, we haven't played for a long time, like majority of the teams in this PMPL, and we have a lot of things to work on, and time will show how far we will go.
Okay, so you're saying you have a lot of things to work on, but you guys are already performing really well. If you were to give me like a power scale of like 1 to 10, where you think the team is currently at, measuring up against how you feel like internally how good they can be, where would you guys say you are right now? With obviously 10 being the best performance that you possibly could put on right now.
I'm a very like I like to criticize a lot of things, you know, and I criticize myself a lot. And for a team, I believe we are like at 4 out of 10 at the moment.
4 out of 10. Wow. With already performing
Yeah.
this well, you think you're at a 4 out of 10 still with the potential you guys have?
Well, you need to consider the fact that we have a lot of circle ships where we are supposed to be winning them. You know, like we're not supposed to be like we're down there. We have 4 wins, I believe, in this phase 2, and we were supposed to be maybe having 8, 9, 10, maybe. Because the zone ships that we had, the zones that we were supposed to be controlling, but the individual performance of our players, me myself as well, led us to losing those games, and this shows that the inconsistency that we have in the team, it's very clear, and we need to fill in those gaps and start controlling the games much more. So this is why it's 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8. Everyone can improve. Everyone will improve, and we must as well.
Okay, as a last question here, when it comes to like that whole Western Europe CIS rivalry with obviously the CIS teams coming into the league now, you guys are the best performing Western European team from prior seasons. Do you guys feel additional pressure against the CIS teams to perform?
No pressure at all. Like this is the same thing I've been playing like before as well, previous seasons when I played in Europe. It's pretty normal. That's how they're supposed to be playing CIS teams. Like that's how the way I expected it, and good for them. We will try to improve. I believe Western Europe teams will improve as well. For some of us, just need time. That's it.
Yeah. Well, as you saw, time did do wonders for you guys so far. Rocus, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk here for an interview. Appreciate your time, and looking forward to seeing you guys in phase 3.
Thank you.
A 4 out of 10. That is, for me, the highlight of that interview. 4 out of 10, saying that they know they have a lot of things to work on. They could have had like 8 or 9 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
That gives me a lot of hope, actually, for them going forward.
I mean,
go for it, sorry.
Okay. I sort of understand why he's saying that to a degree. I think that there's great potential in this roster, especially if they kind of keep grinding along together and Unicorns of Love doesn't switch all of a sudden again. And I think that as time goes on, if they keep their head to the ground and keep that grind going, they could potentially attain great things. Whether or not that comes this season remains to be seen, but I think there's definitely even extra room to improve.
Yeah, exactly. I can even remember a few games where I think it was down to rotation speed, where they were just a little bit lackluster on that side in particular. If the
gas station a load backs.
No, I'm not even thinking about that game. That's another example, right? But I think that there's definitely a few things for them to work on. The fact that they're still working on improving, perfecting what they've been doing so far, despite being so successful, I think a lot of teams would be in their spot and just like, okay, we've done it, we're on top of the world. Let's just like do what we do best and just keep this ball rolling. They're just continuously trying to improve, and for me, that's the mark of a team that's not only aiming to be on top of this tournament, they want to dominate the championship and hopefully the PMGC if they make it that far.
Well, hey, they've already made some drastic improvements from phase 1 to phase 2, and we'll see if they can do it yet again from phase 2 to phase 3, which will be our next show day. We'll be coming back here with the kickoff of phase 3, our final phase in PMPL this season. However, it's not happening tomorrow. We'll have tomorrow off, but we'll be back on Friday for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for our first 3 days of phase 3, and we hope to see you guys then.
for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye?